Your Honor, with your permission, I would now like to address the defendant.
You may.
After my parents confronted you, they brought you back to my house to speak with me. Sitting on my living room couch, I listened to you tell me, no one should ever do that, and if they do, you should tell someone. Well, Larry, I'm here, not to tell someone, but to tell everyone. You convinced my parents that I was a liar, that you didn't strategically place lotion in the basement so you could beat your penis in my face while I hid. But I still get sick at the smell of that lotion.
I'll bet.
You convinced my parents that you didn't pull my feet into your lap, unzip your pants, and rub your erect penis against my bare skin. But I still flinch when my feet are near someone's lap. You convinced my parents that you didn't stick your fingers in my adolescent vagina.
Ugh.
But I knew when it was time to use my first tampon, not to worry, because my hymen wasn't intact. You used my body for 6 years for your own sexual gratification.
6 years. I mean, how old was she at the time? That was like half her life.
Is unforgivable. I've been coming for you for a long time. I've told counselors your name in hopes that they would report you. I have reported you to Child Protective Services twice. I gave a testament to get your medical license revoked. You were first arrested on my charges. And now, as the only non-medical victim to come forward, I testified to let the world know that you are a repulsive liar and that those treatments were pathetically veiled sexual abuse. Perhaps you have figured it out by now, but little girls don't stay little forever. They grow into strong women that return to destroy your world. Your Honor, there is no time that Larry Nassar can serve that will give me back those years with my family, or the time and energy I spent sorting out my anger, frustration, and confusion. But I can tell you this, our law does not do enough to prevent predatory acts, and often does not do enough to punish predators who have committed the hideous act of abusing a child. I can also tell you, Larry Nassar is a predator without boundaries. His patients weren't safe, his friends' children weren't safe, and even his own children weren't safe. If he is ever allowed to re-enter society, he will not hesitate to reoffend.
He will not hesitate to reoffend. The best, most cutting victim impact statements ever of any trial. I think the judge made a specific point. There were like, I don't know, 250 victims or something, and that they knew about. And the judge made a point of, okay, we're just going to sit here until every single body has had as much time as they need. I think it went on for multiple days, and he had to just sit there and listen to stuff like that. Good. But he wasn't always caught. He got away with this for years, multiple investigations. We're going to be having a look at, I'm not sure if it's technically his first interview, but I think it's fair enough to call it his first interview. We're going to be having a look at his first interview with police, where he essentially walks out of the room with a congratulations, a pat on the back, and a keep up the good work. Sorry about this misunderstanding. Larry, Dr. Perv, get back to your work. You're saving people's pelvises, with your magic touch. So we're going to be going and having a look at what he did and his tactics of how to explain his actions away, and some of the flaws in the initial law enforcement interview, because I think there are many. I haven't seen this for quite a while, so this isn't exactly a blind watch, but it's close. Okay, we're going to have one more victim impact statement right now before we get going with someone's dad. Someone's dad. Check this one out. How do we play this one?
Have a chance to say something.
Go ahead, sir. If
You son.
in a courtroom, we don't use profanity, but if you have some words that you would like to say, I would like to give you the opportunity to say
I would
them.
ask you to, as part of this sentencing, to grant me 5 minutes in a locked room with this demon.
I have a
Would you do
feeling
that?
that is not how
Yes or
our.
no?
No, sir, I can't.
Would you
do
give me
that.
1 minute?
You know that I can't do that. That's not how our legal
Well, I'm
system.
gonna have to.
Man, I feel it. Hang on. Let's just see it again. Don't you feel it? Don't you feel it? I mean, man. What would you do? What would you do? I think this is the father of 3 gymnasts that were abused by Larry Nassar. Did I not mention that? This is the USA Gymnastics doctor who was working with them at the Olympics, was their like resident go-to guy, the head physician for the whole USA Gymnastics team, and you know, beyond their Olympian team, of course, there's a huge network of gymnasts. Is it gymnasts or gymnasts? I never remember. I think it depends where you're from. Yeah, huge network of gymnasts, or gymnasts, even if they weren't on the Olympic team, right? Just the whole thing. He's got access. Step into my office, you know, and wait until just the way he talks, knowing what he did for years and years and years. It's very sickening. Trigger warning. Is there a trigger warning? This is your trigger warning. It's sick shit.
You know that I can't do that. That's not how our legal
Well, I'm
system.
gonna have to.
You know that I can't do.
Did they smash his head on the table there? That right on the jawline. That would fucking hurt.
That's not how our legal
Well,
system.
I'm gonna have
And you know all those cops just want to join in with him, right? You know, just take him out back and hit him with a rubber hose for 2 days. Big fella. Look at that touch. Look at that touch. You know, the guy in the check shirt there, he's like, that's empathy. That's empathy right there. He's not doing that to hold him down. He's saying, man, I feel you, man. I'm there with you, man.
Can't do that. That's not how our legal
Well, I'm
system.
gonna have to.
Oh, you live in Lansing? He's got a Lansing, Michigan sweater on. What does Beth say? Beth says, I live in Lansing, Michigan. My husband went to MSU for pre-law. Listening to these young ladies speak is nauseating, especially with their parents' fathers standing by. Fucking A. But man, there were some really good ones. Some amazing women, young women that have successfully developed out of this. It's inspiring at times, as much as it is nauseating for sure.
Can't do. I have
Last time. We don't want to, you know. I'm not soaking in his misery. By the way, I'm genuinely feeling his thing there.
You do that.
that is not how.
I don't have any kids, but I do have a dog that I love very much. If my dog was a gymnast, an Olympian, which she should be, could be, maybe someday, and she was being abused by this doctor, I'd have made sure that I got to him. I'd have probably, you know, purposely gone into jail just to get my hands on him, right?
No, sir, I can't.
Would you
do
give me
that.
1 minute?
You know that I can't do that. That's not how our legal system.
Well, I'm gonna have to get
Press Morgan. I'll be Matt, get over there, Matthew. Hurry up.
I want that stuff.
Behind your back.
Give me 1 minute with that.
See, the check shirt guy on the left is still, he's just touching his face. That's not a control move. That's an I'm here with you, man.
Behind your back.
Give me 1 minute with that.
Give me 1 minute.
What if this happened to you guys?
Not behave like that. No one can behave like this. I want to make sure it's crystal clear.
Lansing. There you go, Beth. Lansing, Michigan. What do we know about Lansing? Not much. Let's look it up. Oh, it's the capital city. Huh. Lansing is the capital city of the U.S. state of Michigan, the most populous city in Ingham County. Founded in 1835. Founding myth. Historians have lamented the persistence of a myth about Lansing's founding. The incorrect story of Lansing's beginnings states that in the winter of 1835 and early 1836, two brothers from New York plotted the area now known as REO Town, just south of downtown Lansing, and named it Biddle City. The land lay in the floodplain and was underwater during the majority of the year. Okay, good. So this guy was gonna, well, maybe we should go to the interview. Let's check out the sicko himself. Man, what a sicko. And just look at how he's dressed. This is a major tell for all pedos. You know, I mean, if you dress like a 12-year-old boy and you're a doctor, there's something up with that picture, and you are judged.
It's very powerful.
Oh, back to the beginning. East Lansing is where MSU campus is, though. Oh.
So I'm Billy O'Brien. I'm a lieutenant back in our detective bureau. Obviously, it's been told to you that I was going to contact you.
Someone was. I didn't know
Okay.
who or what, but I thank goodness because I couldn't imagine that I was waiting. You know, it's like
Right.
somebody call. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
I've asked you come in here voluntarily
Right.
because this is under investigation.
Right.
So obviously, I need to find out from you,
Right.
from your perception, your side of things, what happened.
Right, exactly.
I've got to record it in here
Oh, that's
just because
fine.
that's what we do for interviews. So
Right.
just so you know, it is
Understood.
recorded.
Right.
But we do that for most people that we bring in here.
Right.
At any time.
You see, they've just called him up at home and said, listen, you know, there's been an allegation made. You know how these things are. We've got to just cross our I's and dot our T's and, dot the lowercase j's. We've got to dot the lowercase j's. So if you could just come in, I mean, you know, we know it wasn't you. It's probably a mistake. That is not how you should go into any investigation, no matter of what standing you think well, it's not suspect, is it? That's the what is the word? The accused. The accused. What standing? No matter what standing you think the accused has, treat him like a pimp. Treat him like a pimp, because probably deep down everyone's a pimp. I mean, not like this, but you know, in some way.
You feel like when I get the heck out of here, you can get out, walk out, my feelings won't be hurt, okay? So I guess what I'm looking for is, first, do you have a driver's license? Just to fully identify you.
So he's got some kind of, what do you call that denim, those shorts? Is that stonewash? I think it's stonewash, right? Where it's like really, really light blue. I think it's stonewash. If you've got stonewash shorts, Nike slides on your feet, and some sort of graffiti tag t-shirt, we can't really see, the quality's not great, but some sort of stupid t-shirt.
Oh, yeah.
I recognize you by face, but...
No worries.
I mean, what adult dresses like that? I mean, even to go to the beach, even to go to the beach, it would look wrong, okay? But just to be in Michigan around your, I mean, I assume it's his day off. He doesn't go to work like that, does he? Just to be in Michigan on your day off.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna
Boom!
fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Hey, we love it. We love it. Howdy, Brian, and howdy, someone. Trip B. Who is Trip B? Could be Beth. Well, if that was you, Beth, thank you for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Links in the description. Support the channel. Thank you, someone.
Do you need me to take it out?
Thank you.
Do you need my faculty card?
Nope, that's okay. And this is your current...
Yeah. Do you want my faculty card? Do you want my chairman of the American Medical Association card? You know, do you want to see all my credentials and affiliations and memberships? Do you want to see my not a pedophile card?
address still...
Oh, finally caught alive. So this is the right Beth. I don't know how many Beths there are, because sometimes I just think it's all the same Beth. I never remember the name. The number thing after 3099. But if it's not all the same Beth, then they all look similar. I don't know. Yeah. Make sure you bring your laptop in so you can show us your keynote presentation and your because the style of the abuse, he's working on gymnasts, right? So they've got ligaments and they're doing the splits, the full splits on that fucking big, apparatus thing that they have. What is that thing called? I think it's called something horse. A hobby horse, or what is that damn thing called? What is that thing called? Shasta and Jill. Is he still alive? I think he said a good trick to abuse a child molester in prison is if you take some boiling water and dissolve a lot of sugar in the water until it's not really a syrup, it's still the consistency of water, but when you throw it in their face, all the boiling water, it doesn't just fall off, right? Because the sugar has turned to like a hot sticky thing, and then the hot sticky thing, it sticks to his face. So I think that's happened more than once, which is great, right?
And then, do you have a cell phone that you prefer to be contacted
Yeah.
as opposed to me? When I called the house, I didn't say where I was from.
Oh, that's my wife's phone.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah, that's fine. Again, special treatment, right? Yeah, I called the house. I didn't say where I was from. And he's like, oh, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, my wife knows. That's fine. I mean, what's her role in all of this? I don't know. No, I don't know anything about his wife. But I don't know. We've seen verified situations where, I mean, look at Russell Williams' wife, right? People were saying about her, there's no way she didn't know. She was getting a sick thrill by knowing what he was doing with the rape and the murder. No, I don't believe that. I mean, it's. But with Larry, I mean, he looks like a paedophile. His wife must know that he looks like a paedophile.
So I just,
If I phone, if no one's there, my cell is.
Daphne, hello. Sawhorse. Is that what it's called?
all right. And then I had sent you
I'm
an
gonna
email
look it
too, which you obviously can disregard.
Oh,
So,
okay. I'm not good at emails.
no, that's all right.
Okay.
Sometimes
Yeah.
some people are, and sometimes some people aren't. So the reason for the delay in me contacting you is because obviously you know the mandatory reporting protocols on campus. No? Okay. So basically what happened.
All right, there's something called a pommel horse. Maybe that's it. But I was actually thinking of the balance beam. That's the one that they do the splits on, right? So they're all doing the splits, and they've got their ligaments all torn, and they need special massage, sports massage, because they are Olympians, right? They're going wherever it is. I mean, Beijing or Paris or where else? Where else did they do it? London, they did it sometime, right? Try to remember. Russia, I think there was, or was that the World Cup? I don't know. All over the world they're going, tearing their ligaments. So he comes in and does this special massage, and it's like, he's like, let me massage your pelvic floor from the inside. Okay, what? And then he's going around again all over the world to Sydney to speak to auditoriums full of doctors and saying, this is my technique. This is how USA won the Olympics for gymnasts. I mean, fuck.
Happens is that
Chelsea.
it sounds like there was a complaint made over at MSU Sports Medicine,
Right.
which triggers some
Hello, Miss Myers.
mandatory reporting protocols. So what happens is the Office for Inclusion is a mandatory reporter here to the police department.
Okay.
So they contacted me,
Okay.
at which time I had to wait for the person who was going to file the report to get back into town because they were out of town.
Oh, okay.
So I was able to meet with her today,
Okay.
which is why the delay, so I apologize
Okay,
for
no
that.
worries. Okay.
So obviously a little bit stressful for you
Just
because
wondering anyway.
you're wondering. And so what I also do is I ask Office for Inclusion to kind of hold off, so to speak, because I like to put any type of police investigation in front of an administrative investigation. But obviously you probably feel the other is more important because it's affecting your employment.
Everything. Well, it's affecting her. That's my,
Right.
it's like I want to make sure that this gets resolved so that there's better understanding.
So there's better understanding. I want to make sure that this gets resolved so that there's better understanding, so that she knows that my abuse is not abuse. No. It's massaging her pelvic flooring from the inside. Right? That's all it is, so she can do gym really well. American well. Very well. Yeah, okay, it's about her. So any glimpses of contrition you might pick up on me, any guilty conscience shining through, it's because I do feel guilty. I feel guilty that there wasn't better understanding. If I'd have explained my abuse better, then maybe she'd know that it was okay.
Okay, that to me, everything else is irrelevant. It's really, I feel like horrid.
Yeah. Criminal charges, I'm not even thinking about that right now, okay? I need to know that she understands. God. Oh.
That she would feel that way. And that's why I'm like, I gotta get some resolution so that
Right.
I know that I'm not allowed to talk to her and everything, but it's good to talk. It's good to talk.
So what is your, and again, I'm kind of coming in the middle of this, what is your status then? And your employment has nothing to do with my investigation. That'll be with the Office for Inclusion.
That's fine.
So what is I called the office earlier. Again, I didn't say who I was,
Yeah,
but
okay.
they had said you were out of the office for 5.5 weeks, so I assume.
That was the dean to make sure that, until this investigation was over.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's appropriate. That's understandable and
Okay.
understandable, right? So I'm doing my autism research, right?
That's understandable. I'm not nervous. That's understandable. So he's been what? Put off work? On full pay, I bet, right? Suspended with pay. Great. Well, fuck what? You pay me to sit at home in my big boy shorts. By the way, are they stonewash? Is that what you call it? Who's a fashion expert?
With my investigation, that'll be with the Office for Inclusion.
That's fine.
So what is I called the office earlier. Again, I didn't say who I was,
Yeah,
but
okay.
they had said you were out of the office for 5.5 weeks, so I assume.
That was the dean to make sure that, until this investigation was over.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's appropriate. That's understandable and
Okay.
understandable, right? So I'm doing my autism research right now. So he said, go do your research. I'm working on some development of classes.
Okay, so you're just working.
Wow, look at this. Music by Brian says this is one of the most fucked up things that has ever happened. I agree, right? I mean, it's right up there with the 9th of November and Pearl Harbor. And it's an attack, isn't it? It's an attack on America. If you're going to attack the gymnast team, the Olympian gymnast team, then declaration of war, if you ask me.
Working from home
Right,
in the
exactly.
meantime.
Right.
Okay, pending a resolution of the university's investigation, I assume.
Right, that to me is the appropriate thing. If someone says that,
I mean, to me, I think every competing country in the world should have been immediately investigated. You know, imagine what they're doing in Italy or Turkey or Japan, Australia. It's an environment that obviously well, not welcomes, but creates fertile ground for abuse to take root, right? I mean, imagine what it would have been like 50 years ago. In 1970, I mean, what was going on then?
then I shouldn't be in contact with patients. You know what I mean? So this is a
Right.
voluntary, totally voluntary.
Okay.
You know, it's like, yeah, I sat down and talked with the dean over lunch hour on Friday.
Okay.
You know, and we said, you know what, this would probably be the smartest thing. So because, that's, if someone is saying that, then it's hard because I'm used to being on the other side.
Right,
The advocate,
right,
you know what I mean?
right.
And I'm like, no, then that is totally appropriate. So
Okay.
that's why we're doing this more as a voluntary, thing, so that we don't have, why was he still seeing patients?
Right, honestly, from a liability standpoint for the university.
Yeah. So that's.
Well, it's great that
that's
your
okay.
understanding of that, obviously.
I would.
And did you see that? That's the first iteration of when he does this sort of "this is such a drag" kind of thing, right? When he says, I'm off work voluntarily so that we don't have this. Why was he not seeing patients? Look at it.
And we said,
Why was he
what,
still
this is probably
saying
the
patients?
smartest thing. So because that's, if someone is saying that, then it's hard because I'm used to being on the other side.
Right,
The advocate,
right,
you know what I mean?
right.
And I'm like, no, then that is totally appropriate. So
Okay.
that's why we're doing this more as a voluntary, thing, so that we don't have, why was he still seeing patients?
Right, honestly, from a liability standpoint for the university.
Yeah. So.
He does that all the way through, this kind of, and that's not what he's trying to do. I think he's trying to do this kind of like, what is he trying to do? That's why we don't have this, why was he still seeing patients, yada, 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 yada. That's the kind of vibe, right? All that bullshit. Like, oh, what do we have to do? Yeah, I bet he does think it's a drag, right? He'd prefer just unfettered access, without question. God.
That's
Well, it's great that your understanding of that, obviously.
I would encourage it.
Right. So my disclaimer is I talk fast. So obviously you can probably already tell that. So if you need me to slow down, you got any questions, let me know. And I've had a lot of coffee today, so my caffeine has kicked in. So basically what I'd like to start is...
That's interesting, isn't it? Do you think that's a tactic? I don't think she's just saying that because that's who she is, right? She's obviously developed a tactic of, I'm going to quick fire this guy. Bullet questions, right? And is excusing that so it doesn't look like pressure. She's not just saying, hey, I'm a fast talker, so let me know if you want me to slow down. I've had a lot of coffee today, so I'm like, ah! That's put in place to allow her tactic to actuate, right? Why is that her tactic? Bullet time. Fast-paced, tough questions.
what you already know. So why don't we start with that, because it sounds like there's been some conversations that have already taken place. So I'd like to know what you know.
What I was told was that, the patient was concerned that I was...
Okay, easily worse than Pearl Harbor. Maybe that doesn't count because that was so long ago, you know. So let's do Larry Nassar. We need 5, right? The top 5 worst things to ever happen to America. Or maybe not ever. Like, you know, contemporary. Or it could be ever. We'll do ever. The worst 5 things ever to happen to America. 1, in no particular order. 1, Larry Nassar. 2, the 9th of November. 3, what could it be? The worst thing. How about Katrina, right? That was pretty bad. Hurricane Katrina. They're still talking about it. They're still rebuilding some stuff. Yeah, we've got that, Cindy. 9th of November. Oh no, look, a political affiliation. Ah! That's okay. But we can't put it on the list because some people would think it's the best thing to ever happen to America. And maybe they're right. We don't know because we don't make decisions like that here. None of my business. None of my business. Hey, Mrs. D, how you doing? How's El Paso? Cool.
inappropriately touching her and didn't understand why. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like,
But we need 3 more things. We need 3 more things. What happened the 9th of November? Well, you don't remember? The attacks. The Twin Towers. The planes. And they all came down. And then they hit the Pentagon and all of that stuff. I'll never forget where I was that day. What else? Katrina. I think Katrina's fair, isn't it? That's fine. That's fine. We'll do Katrina. 2 more. 2 more. I don't know. It doesn't. It's Well, we'll come back to it. Maybe Larry will present us with something.
like, he was, touching me in my private areas, and she didn't understand why. And those are 2 things that confuse me because I do this on a regular basis. This is a treatment that I lecture on. I lecture on not only here at Michigan State to the fellows and residents and medical students, but to national organizations, international. I was the keynote guest speaker in Australia to the Australian Olympic Sports Medicine for this very technique. They gave me 2 hours to lecture on it. That's why I wanted to show you the videos, because there's no question I was touching her in private areas. That's what I do. I mean, but...
That's what I do. I did that today. I could do it to you right now. You having any problem with your ligaments? This table's good. Why don't you just slide your pants down and... My God. What would he have been saying to those poor girls?
And I have stayed off the EMR. Do you know what EMR is?
No.
Electronic medical records,
Okay.
So that's...
Yeah, he does this a lot as well, this thing of like, oh, do you know this like medical term that you only know if you're a doctor like me, that you're not? Oh, you're not a doctor? So you wouldn't know. No, it's fair that you wouldn't know. Experts know. Experts like me. You know EMR? Electronic medical records? You know how we keep our records in the hospital? EMR, you know.
like her chart.
Okay.
So I have
Lady, you would be no good at medical trivial pursuit.
stayed out of her chart.
Okay.
So I don't want to...
Since she came in.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I don't want to be like, oh, he doctored or whatever. So it should stay in there even that, I talked about this process. You know what I mean? And then for me, I'm the type of doctor that spends, believe it or not, 30 minutes is the quickest appointment that you're going to have with me.
Okay.
It's 30 to 60 minutes, okay?
The Challenger crash, was that really a big deal? The Columbia crash? I mean, a couple of handfuls of astronauts died. I mean, the fucking plane that was going to Washington crashed in the Potomac. That was worse.
Because I do a lot of hands-on and I do a lot of mentoring. I do a lot of talking, okay? So, in her situation, that's why I'm beating myself up. I'm like, where did I go?
Shasta says, is 9th of November Guy Fawkes Day? No, that's the 5th. Remember the 5th of November. Beth says, 332 young female survivors that came forth of this married man when he was accused. These were young ladies working hard, very hard, for a future that they were passionate about. Although I do think that there's a lot of passionate parents with a thing like gymnastics, right? Vicarious, obsessive, you've got to be the gold medal. Sometimes, a portion of the time, like any sport, I suppose, baseball or a real sport.
Go wrong? How did I not know that she was uncomfortable? That's the bizarre thing to me. Okay? It doesn't, that's why.
He does this as well. Sorry, I'm interrupting a lot, aren't I? Too much. Shh. But he does this thing as well. How did I not know? And he's thinking. It's like he's trying to go back into his brain and think, how did I not know she was uncomfortable? Because you didn't give a shit, Larry. You were in fucking some place in your brain. Oh. What is that place? God, you don't even want to fucking think about it, do you? What goes on in his head while he's got his fingers in a 12-year-old girl? The fuck?
I'm like, what signs was I missing?
That's where I get.
Did
she
he
was
knock himself on the
uncomfortable.
head?
That's the bizarre thing to me. Okay?
What?
It doesn't, that's why I'm like, what signs was I missing?
That's where I get.
Hitting himself in the head, that's a weird thing to do, isn't it? In a fucking police interview. I'm going to do it myself. That's why I'm like, what was I thinking? That's so weird to do. Nobody would do that.
Here for today, obviously, right?
Yeah.
There's two sides to every story.
Right. What didn't I feel or perceive that she was feeling that I didn't get? Because if you touch someone wrong, they should tighten up. If you touch someone, you know, this is what I lecture on too. It's like if you do something that.
Yeah, that's another thing, Mrs. D, who says using the presence of a parent during the massage as cover for his inappropriate touching is the pinnacle of evil. Yeah, and shows that his thing was also the thrill thing that he was getting was also, I am so fucking in the open. Like, he'd be visiting friends of his, neighbors or something, and there'd be a young girl, and he'd grab her feet and put it on his crotch and pull his cock out and, like, rub that on her feet. What the fuck? while her parents are in the house, just in the other room, you know? There's this, like, almost get caught thing that he's got, which is a horrible thing, dangerous thing.
It's inappropriate. Their body reflexively is going.
Yeah, he's in jail. He's getting boiling water that's full of sugar, dissolved sugar in boiling water. He's getting that put on his head regularly. So that's nice.
To respond. And I didn't sense anything like that. You know what I mean? And that's why, okay, well, maybe I was just talking too much, you know, because I talk and.
That's what she was saying.
Yeah.
Why is there no sound? Must be redacted.
And caressing, you know what I mean? There's a total different, like, I tell a story, this is a true story, about when I was dating in medical school. And the reason why I went to DO school was for the hands-on stuff. And it ended shortly thereafter because we'd be intimate together, and she'd say, "You're palpating again," because I'm like, "But I can fix this." You know what I mean? And so I was like, you know, so I was more in tune, and that's how I've made my reputation, is very in tune to the person's body. Okay, and that's what makes me the doctor that I am. Okay, and so that's why I'm like, how the
that just made me shudder. Okay, so that's a warning to everybody. There will be a lot of shuddering in this afternoon's episode.
heck did I miss any signals? That's number one. Number two is also like, why, I don't get it. Why didn't she say something if she was feeling violated in any way, shape, and form? There was no communication.
Okay.
And that's why I'm like, what?
Now he is blaming the child victim, okay? I don't get it. If she was uncomfortable, why didn't she say something? When any fucking adult talking about a young kid knows the answer to that question, you know? Which is difficult to explain, but it's something like that, you know, I mean, he's in a position of authority. They might feel stupid or like crossing a social boundary that they don't yet know how to deal with. I mean, expecting them to know how to navigate, how to go about approaching something like what, you know, how to navigate saying, hey, look, I'm not comfortable with what you're doing. I think you shouldn't be doing that. You're going to expect a 12-year-old kid to know how to go about that? Fucking asshole. Sick man, sick. And that's no fucking excuse, right? I mean, he deserves to be shot out of a cannon, like an old pirate ship cannon. We just put him in there, and like what happens to Jafar at the end of Aladdin, you know, when he just puts him all away.
Am I blind? Am I deaf? Didn't I hear or see anything? And she never, and she felt better. My understanding was when she was done that, yeah, because when I'm working on people, it's like, okay, how's it feel now? Number one, number two, what feels?
Just watching it, the way he moves his hands, he's like, you know, how does it feel? Number one and number two. It's just revolting. It's revolting.
There was no communication to
Okay.
me, and that's why I'm like, what? Am I blind? Am I deaf? Didn't I hear or see anything? And she never, and she felt better. My understanding was when she was done that, yeah, because when I'm working on people, it's like, okay, how's it feel now? Number one, number two, what feels better? You know what I mean? And the pain was going away. She was getting better. And so if I'm resolving a problem and in constant communication with the patient talking, I don't get why she just didn't come out and say something, okay? So those were my frustrations that I'm going over, because I obviously, if this happens once, it could happen again. I've been doing this for 15 years or whatever, and, you know, so wake up, you know, have you gotten too comfortable? Are you too relaxed about it? And I'm like, you know, the only thing that I can think of is that I was trying to so much of it is more mental, you know, and people, okay,
Right, very true.
okay, so if I can get to some of the causes of the pains, it's people, I get referred all the time, people have pain, they come to me, their pain goes away. One of the biggest differences, I talk to them.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so I'm like, was I too involved talking to her? Did I get into her space? Not this.
No, I hear you.
You see what I'm saying? And what I was told was that what made her call Dr. Kovan was, this is what Dr. Kovan said, was because I liked the picture on Instagram. And I liked the picture of.
He's going on their Instagram account as well. Fucking hell. He liked a picture on Instagram. What the fuck? It's just out in the open, isn't it? That's the thing. That's his thrill. That's his sick thrill. Yeah, I'm going to be so in the open that I'm going to go and like. I bet it was some, you know, somewhat sexy picture, or, you know, I don't know. What was it? What was it? I bet there's no way to find that out. And we don't need to know anyway.
She happened to be in the picture.
Okay.
Okay, and because I liked that picture, that's what made her call Jeff. And so I'm Dr. Kovan. And so I'm like, well, is it because she felt I was stalking her? I was trying to get into her space too much, you know what I mean? I said, you know, I right now, I couldn't even tell you what she looks like. Okay? I mean, like.
But you know who we're referring to, obviously.
I don't even know her first name.
And he'd be sat there in his house with his wife, right, on Instagram, looking at the pictures of the girls that he has been abusing that very week, right? It's a nightmare, isn't it? I don't even think we need another 2 worst things to ever happen to America. He can take 3 positions. It's worse than the 9th of November.
Name.
Okay.
I just know, you know,
Okay.
because
Family.
Yeah. I know. You know, but honestly, right now, and that's why I'm staying on the EMR. I can't even recall her first name. Okay, but it's like, what the heck, you know? So I'm trying to think to myself, you really screwed up because you got into her. You broke into a space that she didn't want you to break into. You know, from my thought is from a mental standpoint.
I mean, does he think that he's going to be more like approachable or appealing to a 12-year-old girl if he dresses like a 12-year-old boy? Is that the thing? Is that why pedophiles do that? You've seen To Catch a Predator when they show up. It's like, why are you dressing like that? You're like a middle-aged guy, right? This is your problem right here. This is your problem. If you just dressed a bit better, maybe, you know, you wouldn't be doing this.
It then clicked off, well, maybe this wasn't a therapeutic or medical touch. you know
Right,
what I
which
mean?
that definitely could be part of the reason why she thinks
Right,
and why
right.
she's reporting what she is,
Right.
which that is a portion of it.
Right.
So, what specifically did Dr. Kovan tell you that she? So, is he the only one that spoke to you about this?
Dr. Kovan told me, then Dr. Dietzel, he's our clinical director.
Okay.
Right. So, and then of course the dean.
And did he tell both of them, or how did they find out?
The dean found out through the university, and so then
Okay.
the dean called down Jeff on Friday, or Thursday, Friday, one of those days. And so then Jeff came into the office of the dean at 7:30 in the morning. So I think it was Friday.
This past Friday?
Right.
Okay.
Right. And then the dean called me down Friday afternoon.
Okay.
Okay.
So Dr. Kovan was the one that first initially met with you.
Right.
So what did he say? And obviously there was the issue of the Instagram picture. What else did he tell you?
That she felt violated, that I was doing, like I touched her breast and that I moved her underwear out of the way, and I'm like, yeah, I do that all the time, and he said,
Yeah, I touched her breast and I moved her underwear out of the way. I do that all the time. I mean, even his defense tactics are just. He's getting a rush right now by admitting this. Right? I do that all the time. That's my technique. I lecture on this. Okay, this is my technique. I'm known for this. In the medical community, of which you know nothing because you're not a doctor. You don't even know what an EMR is. Electronic medical records.
that he tried to explain to her too, that because I've taught Jeff, Dr. Coleman, how to do this.
Okay.
So he was like, but he said, because she said, Jeff said also she didn't want to make a big deal out of it. But Jeff said, because you're talking to me, I will move this forward because that's what I have to do. Because that's right. You know what I mean?
Right.
So she didn't, according to Jeff, said she didn't want to make a big deal of it. She just wanted to let me know and, to try and take care of it. You know what I mean? So, so Jeff moved it forward.
Which is, I assumed, or did he tell you that when he contacted?
Whoever, he just moved.
Okay, so he just told you he moved it forward.
Right. So that's how it got moved forward. You know what I mean? But like at that time, he was like, I explained to her that Larry does this all the time, and there's, that he knows what techniques, that I do, and that is true. I mean, that's why I brought the computer. I think if you see the videos that I educate people on, that's what I do. You know what I mean? And I can.
Yeah. You see the videos that I educate people on about how to molest? Oh.
If someone has a rib problem, I can fix their rib. But if I can't, a lot of times you can't use the shoulder.
Yeah, I can fix their rib by touching their pussy. The fuck?
There's myofascial techniques, I can fix their rib by having my hand on their bottom area, and I can fix their rib by, from above, okay? There's just myofascial techniques, but it's medical. That's the problem. Like, how did she not...
So those would be some
It's medical. How did she not understand that me touching her pussy was to fix her rib? Oh, Larry.
things we work through, right? So what may be helpful is if we start off with the videos. That way you can show me, and then what I'll probably have you do, if you don't mind, if they're not too long, and you can email them to me.
Oh, I got Dropbox.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I made a Dropbox
Perfect.
for the dean.
Made a Dropbox. I have a Dropbox set up for all the times that I have to hand in evidence to my technique and method.
I can't get on.
Yeah,
But I can send you. You send me an email.
Yep, I sent you an email.
I can send you the link to the Dropbox.
Yep, that'd be perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, they normally have our wireless pretty well locked down here.
Oh,
So
yeah. No, I can send it to you when I get home. It'll be under sports medicine. I have it in so many different areas because
that's okay. Take your
down in
time.
Australia. Okay, so this is when I was down in Australia doing the lecture. and it looks like I put a few in here. So this is what probably it looks like would be on the drop box, the majority of it. So let's go back in time. Okay. So this was like my first video that I ever made of this. It was made on a VHS tape.
Oh, Lord,
okay?
yeah,
You
we're going way back.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so her parents are in the room, you know, and I wanted to give this lecture. So she volunteered. First time I ever met her. Okay, and she had see her chest movement, you know. So that's her range of motion right now. Okay, so this is what I do. So she had physical therapy, 6 months of physical therapy. Okay, she'd been resting, you know, and they're like, okay, let's go see this doctor in Lansing. They came. Okay. So I'm doing the palpation of this part, but let me just go forward here. But you can see where my hand is going here now, but that's nothing compared to what I'll show you. That's her strength there, and okay, but right. Let me do this here. So I tested in different areas. So now she has pain there from this, but. So okay, so now I'm doing one of her her leg treatment. Okay. Go. Anyways, and then I work her up. I gotta keep going. This is just the video of it.
No, that's okay.
So now look at the range of motion just from that. Okay, remember the range of motion was here.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I worked the fascia up the rest of her back. Okay, so she came in with a hamstring problem. Okay, but so where am I working? You see what I'm saying? I always tell people it's like from your ponytail to your big toe. Okay. Now for 6 months, and now look at this range of motion. One treatment. Okay, and that's where she couldn't get for 6 months. Okay. You start doing this, and it's without even stretching her. Okay. The voice is off, you know.
No, that's okay.
You know, but so you can see that it basically doubled her range of motion without even starting. Now I'm starting to do a little bit of stretching. That's the end point. You can tell when her body language is, you know. So that was like, okay. Back then, I was thinking I was treating like the operator internist. I was trying to figure it out. Okay, the way that I first started working in this area was a gymnast had a hamstring problem and said they weren't getting better, same type of situation, and she was guiding me. And she was like taking my hand, and I'm right in her vaginal area, and she said, that's it. And all of a sudden, with my hand there, her range of motion doubled. You know, I'm like, what the frick did I just do? And so I did all this research, and that's how I became known for this, because I did all this research to try and figure it out. And I met with Dr. Greenman, who was he's passed away now, but he wrote the book on osteopathic manual medicine, principles of manual medicine. And he's like, I think you're doing more sacral tuberous and pelvic floor as opposed to operator internist, you know. So anyways, so that's why this is like, okay, that was the beginning. You can see how long ago that is.
Yeah.
So, you know, and this is what I made for the lecture. And I do these videos all the time and send them to, like, everyone leaves instead of paper, they do the video on their phone.
Okay.
Okay, like if I want to go see a therapist or a doctor in a different area. So these people came up from, here we go. So this is in my lecture that I give now. You can see this is in our new office and everything.
Lotion, and this is for the myofascial release.
Better quality, obviously,
Okay,
because.
does not have very good external rotation. She's got a so with that hip like that, I don't want it to work.
Now her parents are in the room, you know, for this too, of course. I think her mom actually is holding the camera.
Right where the ischial tuberosity.
I'm trying to show it on. You can't really see it on the skeleton there, because, like I said, they were holding the camera, not.
So I'm trying to avoid that.
But then here.
Coming up right through here with my counter pressure.
Angel baby, hello.
Over to some plug in a second. This. Here, just something like that. There you go.
Here it is. Here's the proof.
I want you to actually see so Jamie can see.
What do you expect me to believe? That I would make a video of me performing my abuse and then show it to doctor colleagues as an instruction manual about how to fix someone's rib by touching them on the hoo-ha. No one would do that.
Okay.
Okay, so now, here is like where the leotard line would be if she's wearing a leotard. She's got a little tape. She's been taping her sacrotuberous ligament with
It's one of the
tape.
things I invented with that tape job too.
Now here's your tuberosity. You're sore right here, correct? Okay, so I'm gonna come more towards the rectum. Any pain? Okay, so it doesn't hurt there when I push. I'm pushing at about a 45-degree angle.
Oh,
That's where I'm
God.
gonna put my pressure. And maybe up towards the tailbone a little bit more as I come up.
No.
But this is my hand placement. Sometimes my hand has to be actually down here, or I
You can actually visualize it, can't you? Fucking hell, touch the rectum. 45-degree angle towards the tailbone. Oh my God.
come across, and so I'm on the
Pubic symphysis. Okay.
And my hand's supporting the pubic symphysis in the front.
In the front.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I'm touching her areas. You know what I mean? That's reality. You know what I mean? That's
Sometimes I actually have to grab right here to apply that treatment process. Okay? So now, I'm gonna have you guys come back over here, just so they can see where the
okay. So that is now what that's showing like hand placement. But what you can do with that, here's like IT band, pelvic floor. Let me go up to the here's like ribs. I think.
Okay, ready? So now we're gonna work
Just
from
update it
the
again.
outside up because she has that butt head connection where she had the when she cuts her neck. So I'm gonna check her here now.
So my other hand you can't see, but it's in the inner rectovaginal
So
area.
working half of the spine. Okay? Reverse ligament.
Oh wait, okay, this would be testing her. Okay, so listen to what she's saying.
Now, again, I'm gonna bring her leg slightly out.
She's
Okay?
saying it now.
I'm gonna push on the tush. I'm gonna bring her leg slightly out.
Go back further.
Okay, now, again, I'm gonna bring her leg slightly out.
Go back further. This
Yep. So her
pain.
perispinal
This is what I want to hear you say. Pain, yes, pain, yes. Did you hear that? Just briefly. That's what I'm doing up. So where's her pain? Is her pain? Is her pain? Is her pain? She had pain the whole way up, okay? And now I put my hand,
to the ischial rectal fossa for the sacrotuberous ligament.
no.
So the pain goes away
Okay. You see what I'm saying?
all the way up just by putting pressure on the sacrotuberous ligament. Now, her
Like, he's actually abusing a child in this video. And we just heard them responding. I mean, it's sick. It's sick. I don't think we're going to get monetized on this video. There's too much sick shit, and advertisers don't want to pay for sick shit. But the good news is that you can support the channel and this sick shit on buymeacoffee.com /True Crime Metrix. Also paypal.me /True Crime Metrix. That's awesome.
perispinal muscles have relaxed. What I'm treating
And that's what I've been doing with her.
Yeah, he's getting off on watching it. He probably watches it daily. And he's really getting off on watching it in front of a cop who, it's hard to tell, but might be attractive, might be young looking. Maybe that was a tactic. Put in a young looking female attractive cop. Someone who looks like they might have been a gymnast at some point. Rather than a big fat guy detective. Like, don't put Isom in there. Be a different kind of interview, wouldn't it?
It's like, does it hurt now?
So it does. I mean, there's shown to be some scrutiny about it, right? They wouldn't bother putting those kinds of tactics in place unless they felt that there was something worth investigating.
Does it hurt now? And I changed from those different hand positions. Pain doesn't hurt? Okay. So I'll take a deep breath, and then I hold it and work it out. So that's what I'm getting at is like, I get her in a position that doesn't hurt, the pain's going away, and I'm talking the whole time. That's when I'm like, if I put her in a position that made the pain go away, and my hand is down there's no question about it.
Right, obviously I can see that.
Why? But it's a...
God, I think she feels a bit sick as well. Did you hear her say that? Right, obviously I can see that. Your hand, yeah, it's down there for sure. Listen.
Getting that is like, I get her in a position that doesn't hurt, you know, the pain's going away, and I'm talking the whole time. That's when I'm like, if I put her in a position that made the pain go away, and my hand is down there, there's no question about it.
Right, obviously I can see that.
You know, why? But it's a conversation too. You know what I mean? Number one, number two, you know, which feels better. And then I do this because I treat them seated, standing. So like here it is even. She's doing this one today.
He's doing that I'm so bored of this thing again, isn't he? Number one, number two, which is better? It's a conversation, you know, it's a conversation. We're back and forth, feedback between me and my patient. Number one, number two, which is better?
Goes away, right? Head back down.
Pain comes back.
Okay. Foot, pain goes away. That shows you how the fascia between above and below. Okay, so what this tells me is that she needs to be fascially released from
But now
so when your force on the finger. Don't say down, say down as you're walking. She's got a stabilized side joint. You shorten your stride,
throw the
shorten
head in here.
and your long exit distraction.
I'm not gonna do it right
That's
now.
joint good. So that needs to be low. Just let
There.
it
Okay, now watch.
hold to the side. Sacrotuberous ligament, your
Okay.
runs, and applying pressure this way. So I'm pulling out. So my hand's here, okay? She's sitting and I'm pulling this way.
So she's going to be sitting there. I didn't do this with her, but I'm just showing you that, you know, I do this in so many different positions. I do it standing too, okay? So now, she's legit sitting on my hand, okay? Coming up, you know, so you know bone to sit bone.
Yeah.
So my fingers are on the inside of that, between the two sit bones, pulling this way, okay?
Celia Triolo. No one's deleted your messages. I haven't. And there's no other moderators here, apart from Chauncey maybe and Brian, but that was a little while ago. What were your messages? I haven't seen any. And I always see if stuff gets deleted by someone who's not me. It must, you know, it's like that call with Bart Halderson, isn't it? It's not my system, it's your system, so don't ask me questions like that. How funny, and not that funny, but kind of funny, is it that the very last thing that Bart Halderson was ever recorded doing was having a conversation with a call center where he was a bit shitty with the representative of, well, the college in this case that he was going back. You know, the last thing, I just resubscribed. What does that mean? Sorry, this shit happens all the time. What, to me or you or what? What's going on, Triolo? Okay. Well, no one deleted your messages. Seriously. You're really good. We like your messages. And where are you going? Why are you leaving? You're going to unsubscribe? Why? It's the Ben thing, isn't it?
Change my position. And the pain's gone because I have to change the. Okay, so that was painful. Putting my hand there, changing it because there's different vectors, forces this. So it takes the pain away. You know, then okay, that tells me okay, I need to do this. You know what I mean? So, and then I actually send them home with exercises.
That's what I was going to ask. So then what is...
She sits on her hand and she does some exercises. So let's, so, and then standing, do I have the one in here? No, I bet you that's just in the actual, this is like Botsford. I mean, I've done this lecture so many times. Let's just do Botsford. Is that, yeah, let's see if Botsford shows us the whatchamacallit one. Hello.
And then, so then do you tailor the exercises they need to do depending on positionally where?
I have one patient asked to come in, and she comes up, and it's hers both sides, so she has to take both hands and push up, and it's the only, she's had pain for a year, okay? And since I've been showing her how to do it, she goes home, does it, and she's treating herself, and she's back to doing gymnastics now. But it's because of all these nerves that pass through here too. Anyway, so this is, oh no, this is an older, the videos aren't connected. Go away. Sometimes when you convert them, I don't want, how about this one? I've been, updating them, and now it's like a PDF. This just shows the patterning of how through this ligament you go up and you affect the ribs, latissimus dorsi. This is all from where I found the research was in with Fleming. He did a lot of research on pregnant ladies. Okay, and so I used to joke that I took what they do on pregnant ladies and converted it to my athletes because I work with gymnasts, dancers, and figure skaters. So it's like 80%.
Gymnasts, dancers, and figure skater. Is it figure skater or finger skater? I never know which one it is. Finger skater. He works with all those people, and now pregnant women too. What is he doing to them? They're also vulnerable.
90% of all my patients, they're all.
And now he's got me thinking about a pregnant gymnast, which would be fucking cool, wouldn't it? Why don't they have, how, like they have the Paralympics for people with disabilities? Why not the Pregolympics, where everybody is fully like 8 months preggers, right? Doing the cycling and the rowing, and then the ones where they're swinging on the rings, javelin. What else would be good? The 100 meters. What do you call it? Yards. The 100-yard dash, right? Pregolympics. I think that's in the future.
Hyperflexible.
Right.
What happens when you're pregnant? Relaxing comes out in your pelvis, and you get all these problems because of the pelvis relaxing to make room. So it's like, okay, that was, so the research that was done on pregnant ladies, with, following this all stuff, that's what Fleming's, it's in this textbook called Movement Stability and Low Back Pain, okay? And so we're trying to create stability. So it'll morph, it'll make sense to you as I go through it. But anyways, these are from his textbook showing you how this is not just me being crazy man, this is
Right.
Textbooks,
Nothing you pulled out of the air.
Right, exactly, or in this case out of my ass.
This is not just me being
but
crazy.
do you see how that goes? It's like, it's through. And so when you're in, and this is showing how the sacrum rocks. I'm trying to lecture. Okay, gait, how the gait is affected. There we go. So you can see how those videos are in the lecture presentation.
And this is showing how the sacral rocks. Blah, 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 blah. Jesus.
And the slump test, where's this? Oh, like this.
There's a few redactions in this video, which is fine.
This is at Bella Crowley's.
I should have cut them out.
This is when we finally got a table in the back room. Okay, and so she came in after 3-4 months of not being able to do her pose. Okay, and her coach was a chiropractor. Anyway, so I did this treatment on her, and that's her range of motion. 3 days working on her at the gymnastics camp at our National Team Training Center, doing those techniques that you saw, and that's her range of motion. After 3-4 months of not being able to raise her leg up, okay? So that's why it's very powerful. It makes huge differences, okay? This is like showing you like a self-treatment. Okay, I teach them to pick a wedgie.
Yeah.
I'm like, pick your wedgie, get in there, pick your wedgie, and you need to pull and stretch, and I'm showing you.
Pick a wedgie. Get in there, pick a wedgie. What is he saying?
3-4 months of not being able to raise her leg up, okay? So that's why it's very powerful. It makes huge differences, okay? This is like showing you like a self-treatment. Okay, I teach them to pick a wedgie.
Yeah.
I'm like, pick your wedgie, get in there, pick your wedgie, you know, and you need to pull and stretch, and I'm showing you.
Jesus, this is
You know,
hard
and
to
like,
watch.
okay, you know, and then I'm just showing you that they do that, you know. I teach them to do that themselves, okay?
And you said you've taught the staff over there at sports medicine?
Absolutely. Yeah, I gave this lecture at our MSU.
What's happening, Celia? Bullied, not by you, Matrix. They know who they are, over and out. What, someone here? Who's bullying Triolo? There's hardly anyone here. I mean, there's not many people, and they're all decent people. Plus, we can see the whole chat. Put down the meth. Put down the meth. High jump or hurdles. What, the Prague Olympics? It's fucking brilliant, isn't it? No one's ever thought of that. That's a Metrix original. The Prague Olympics. Someone must have thought about that. I bet Matt Groening has. Matt Groening's thought of everything.
Conference, or MSU Sports Medicine Conference, you know what I mean, too. But, so here's standing. So this, obviously she has scoliosis, which gives you a lot of rib pain, okay? So she's not a gymnast.
Why are you not showing up as a mod, Brian? Have you created a new account again? I haven't removed you. You are not released. You are not released. We're done when I say we're done.
You know what I mean? So anyway, so she comes in from, she's like graduated, she'll come in and just for this treatment for when her back is sore, okay? But so I can treat scoliosis because of the ribs, standing, so I can treat this standing, seated, you know.
You know, it doesn't matter what we watch on this channel. Fucking all the different crimes. Nothing has made me squirm like this. I am having physical reactions sitting here just going, oh, fucking hell. It's horrible. I'm on edge. I don't like where it's going.
And this is showing, you know, like, okay, standing, you can do it this way, you know. So, and then taping it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there's different tape jobs, and you literally come into the ischial-rectal fossa with the tape job.
Okay, to use kinesial tape.
This is one of our.
Sacrotuberous ligament runs from the coccyx down to the ischial You would actually start, because I would start this up. And when you do this, you want to make sure that you stay off of the rectal area, and of course stay lateral to the labia. If you get too close to the rectal area, of course they get more skin irritation.
Okay, so I mean, you're coming right where
Right,
they. Okay,
yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying I didn't touch her there. I purposefully touched her there. Okay, that's the. You know, so this was all like sacrotuberous, and over time, and yeah, I'll just go. You can see how you can put different layers there, you know.
At the same time,
But
keep
that's
that skin smooth. What you do not want to do is create a fold of
you
skin.
know, so you can see how I talk with my hands. I always.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Okay,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Even on the patient's body, you know, so as I'm talking with her, trying to describe things, I don't know. I see so many people, I don't know. But what I do know is that I've been doing this for so many decades, you know, not decades, but since like 1997.
Okay.
You know, like, why now? What happened, you know? And then, so that's where I switch over. And as I move over years, you don't just, you create, you still keep doing things, you know what I mean? And so I, where is the, oh, you could get a kick out of this. I'm not a kick, but this is my leotard.
Okay, this is, let's see, it is July 25th.
This is my 2013.
We are in the process of the first prototype.
So I'm trying to put it into a leotard.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Cross, turn around.
So these were like,
So we have an axis.
this was the very first, but you can see how.
So we have the wider.
And then I've got pictures of all this too as I've been developing it. Because now, Under Armour is our sponsor.
Okay.
And Under Armour makes core shorts. And so this is like a core, so we have Under Armour and
One on one side, one on the other side, creating
to try and lift.
overlap, so it's a smooth togetherness there. And then we lift,
Yeah.
And then my driver's fine.
So this was our first demo of it, but you can see how it comes up, you know, to lift. And it basically, it's like, I mean, I'm literally trying to design how do I put my hands on the leotard, so that they can wear it and have the same type of biomechanical support. You know, so we have Jim Kin. I've met with the people at Jim Kin, and since Under Armour is our new sponsor, I thought this would be a great project for the two to work together. Okay, so I think on the Dropbox there's actually more pictures of that.
Okay.
But I need to get to the other. So what I've gone from is from operator internist to sacrotuberous to going into more. No, it's not there. Transfer.
Yeah, I'll fucking put that wrench back, Brian. I mean, you know, we can't have that. People will fucking start talking. They'll be like, oh, you know, noticed that Udi lost his wrench. Well, wonder what happened there. We don't need that. Fuck no.
There. Video lectures, USA PowerPoints. Pelvic floor work is what I'm trying to find.
Pelvic floor work is what I'm looking for.
Gymnastics.
It's under P.
This is the latest, I guess you could say.
The latest in abuse.
Straighten into core, back, core. Okay, let me grab it.
No, that's all right.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm not taking too much here.
Nope, that's what I'm here for.
Okay.
And that's what we're here for, is figure out exactly what happened so we can take all the time we need.
So are you sort of seeing, I mean, this is literally like, gosh, I wonder if those are on there too. Like the Romanian National Romania for Gymnastics, okay? Their trainer, I just made up videos for them. Where are those? Let's go here. I know they're on the Dropbox too, but videos.
Yeah, they're on my other Dropbox.
Let's go to this external hard drive.
I created a Dropbox.
I should have just put them on.
No, that's the wrong one.
Well, you didn't know I was calling you this evening, so it's not like you had time to prepare, really.
Anything, right.
But you knew at some point I was calling, but...
Right, videos for lectures. USA PowerPoints.
It was so obvious that he was telling her to shut the fuck up then, you know? Like, yeah, right. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, you got it right.
I know they're on the Dropbox too, but videos. Let's go to this external hard drive. I should have just put them all into.
Well, you didn't know I was calling you this evening, so it's not like you had time to prepare, really.
Anything, right.
But you knew at some point I was calling, but...
Right, shut the fuck up.
USA PowerPoints, is it underneath? Sacred tuberous, where's the floor? I bet you it's just underneath my lectures. So I make lecture. I mean, that's what I do. You know, I have all these videos that I do. They all go to the people so that they know what they're doing when they go home. You know. Let's go here. 2 lectures. Transfer. Lectures. So this was the most recent lecture, and it would be on PE, pelvic floor.
I told you it would be under P.
All right. So this I gave at USA Gymnastics National Congress, okay? And I gave it also at the last year's
that sounds really expensive.
MSU Annual Sports Medicine Conference, okay? So that's why it's like, okay, the grand junction was the sacrotuberous ligament, okay? And then I do a lot of pelvic floor work because gymnasts have a lot of urinary incontinence, the force of pounding, and their urethra's small and they pee. I don't know if you've ever jumped and peed, you know, but
sometimes when I run.
Right. So gymnasts are like known for that, you know. So I talk about urinary incontinence and all that stuff, and but this is where I get into more like the culture of it, okay? Yeah, there you go. You know, the PP problem is a don't ask, don't tell issue, because literally we have to do like PP interventions at times because the little one has a PP problem and we got to talk to him about it. But, okay, so this is like, you know what I mean? Because she actually hurt her hamstring up high, you know what I mean? But she's like, her hoo-ha, you know what I mean? So she who must not be named, it's like, I try and been educating people about these techniques, you know what I mean? It's like everyone can't even say the word vagina, you know what I mean? It's like, hello, you know, you're medical professionals, you know what I mean? Like I've sent people for intravaginal pelvic floor work to Sparrow Hospital. Sometimes you actually have to go intravaginal, you know, too, for this stuff. And so, anyway, so I'm going through the anatomy of this stuff and trying to explain how the muscles, like I've had kids actually strain these individual muscles that I found from physical exam, and people are like, you're full of crap. I do an MRI, they sprain that muscle. I know this area, you know, it's whatever.
Whatever. Some people can't even say the word vagina. I'm like, hello, you're a medical professional. Let's do this medical treatment.
So what we try and do is...
I wonder what he was actually referring to, because I highly doubt that there were actually medical staff that would giggle when he would say vagina. I mean, I probably would. But, no, they were probably picking up on like, this is weird. What are you doing? What do you mean you want to touch the what? That's what he was probably referring to.
We actually teach them to use their pelvic floor muscles, because if they use their pelvic floor muscles right, it actually increases their core stability. So it's when I'm in the pelvic floor area for this obturator and sacrotuberous ligament, you can't help but affect the pelvic floor.
Too late, talk's already going around. What does that mean? There's something going on. Is there like a second chat? Is it an Arkansas thing? Is Triolo from Arkansas? They can't have any Italians in Arkansas, can they? Why would they be down there? Unless they were in witness protection. Yeah, this is the Triolo family, Little Rock. We live in Little Rock because that's where we get the best tomatoes.
And the pelvic floor is known to actually, if you have this more stable use of your pelvic floor, it actually increases your core stability. So I tell people the core to the core is the floor. Start with the core by using your floor. Okay, so I'm trying to educate people on how to use the floor, and because that's what I figure I'm doing a lot of times is even though I'm there, I'm affecting the floor. And if I can get the floor to contract well, then I can get their their back muscles to work properly. Okay, so I talk about Kegel muscles, you know, so this is part of their exercise programs.
A cooch.
You know what I mean? So that's why it's a little bit different for my athletes that I've done this time.
So the fucking who was it now? Muddy Waters or Howlin' Wolf? Who's the hoochie coochie man? That's Muddy Waters. Is that what he was talking about?
They would have had these home exercise programs. Okay. Okay, literally. Okay, I see athletes. Okay? The only way I don't see it, the only way I see a non-athlete is as someone saying, "Will you do this?"
Okay.
You know what I mean? So it's like, yes, you know, and then talk about jumping anyway. So these are like trigger points. You know.
Fucking what is it with these wineries I keep hearing about in the US? Are they? Is it set up in a big fucking sky dome tent? I've seen these pods popping up all over the East Coast, where it's like a winery. People have gone, okay, this is the business to get into. Okay, we need to set up a winery, and we need to build a land, and we'll put some grapes on it, and then we'll have a wood-fired pizza oven, and a winery for people to come and taste wine or just drink wine and special wine. And we'll have these pods, but we've got to set it up really quick. So that it's the perfect business all of a sudden. Or maybe it's not all of a sudden. But it's not been forever. It's new. What about gin distilleries? I remember that was a big thing. Suddenly, it wasn't good enough to go to the pub. You had to go to a gin distillery and sample different gins with different accompaniments. Oh, this one you're supposed to put a coffee bean in? Well, isn't that grand? Yeah, okay. How long is it going to be until the next drink? Another one, you put a flower of jasmine. Another one, you put a mint leaf. It's like, okay, we get it. I want a beer. I just want a normal beer, okay? The fuck? Why are we always having to come here? Yeah, gin distilleries. I don't think they're a thing anymore. I don't know. Oh, it's been there since 1836. Well, that was when they caught on. But it won't last. It's not going to last. It's
areas
a
that are
fad.
mapped out, on the body and stuff. But there's I call it the butt broth, the lift and shift, kinesio tape. But there's another one. Oh man, pediatrics, pelvic floor.
So then you just know.
Redacted.
You know what I mean? So, that's why I'm like, there's I'm missing the ones for the.
Hello, Shani says, was there a movie on this guy? I don't know. Probably not. I mean, who would have played him? Rick Moranis? No. It's sort of like a cross between Russell Crowe and Rick Moranis, right?
The Romanian gym, the Romanian doctor too. I know they're around here someplace, but I don't think has it at the end. This is another lecture this is the American Osteopathic Academy of Sports Medicine. It's the national sports medicine, like all the doctors of sports
National, so they probably wouldn't let you work there if you were a fucking pedo.
medicine doctors in the country. There's 2 more gymnasts that I had done it on too, and look at the range of motion afterwards. But anyway, so understanding the biomechanics of a single ligament makes a big difference. There's more that you'll see in the Dropbox.
Okay.
You'll see, I'm pretty graphic in the videos, okay? And
Which
the
is
ones
obviously going to be helpful to the investigation.
And the other videos actually talk about, and that's, I know they're on there. This is starting to irritate me just a little bit, because I'm like, where the heck did I put them? It'll be, here's the, did it load up? Yes, I was loading up to send some more stuff today. But it'll be, I think underneath this, it'll be like a sacrotuberous, okay, just to let you know, hey, can I actually do this? No, that's not all of them.
What are you saying, Cindy? That George Costanza is an Italian Arkansasian? Let's look it up. Where is he from? New York. I knew it. Like all the Italians. Queens, no less. Likely Bayside. Attended high school on Long Island, and as an adult lives in Manhattan. He's still there. He doesn't even live in Arkansas now. With his... Oh, I see what you're doing. So he should play the guy. Okay, I got it. Sorry. I thought it was because I said there are no Italians in Arkansas, and then you were like, well, there are, and here's a very famous one.
what happened? I thought I better add those ones with the Romanian gymnast. Okay, Larry, bear with me.
No, you're fine.
But that's why I'm like, you know, I'm like, I do this is what I do. Why didn't I get the idea that she was feeling, you know, because I have to feel, I mean, like, I do this on minors, you know what I mean, with their parent in the room, of course, but you have to be able to communicate, you have to be able to
always with the parent in the room.
Going on. And why I didn't get that feeling from her is beyond me, and why did, and that's a question I guess that I can't answer because I'm not talking with her, but she did not vocalize anything to me that she was feeling offended. If anything, like I said, she was feeling like I was, yes, you know, I feel better. Okay, so that's why I'm like, if she's feeling better, why, what tipped her off to start thinking like, what the heck is this guy doing? You know, and that's, this is just going to be irritating now.
You know, you can't find him now. That's okay. You know,
Okay.
it's
Go ahead. I can look while you're talking more. You know.
So when Dr. Kogan initially talked to you about,
I can look at my computer while you're talking more. So he can't even resist looking at the abuse to listen to the detective who is interviewing him about the abuse. He's like, I gotta look at the abuse. And how rude. I mean, again, what the fuck? Social, look at that. Look at that. You're going to talk to that? You're going to talk to someone who's using a computer. You're going to talk to the side of their head? What the fuck? Especially a detective who's like authority, right? Even to a doctor. They're not above the law.
this. So it seems like there was some time that went by from when he initially talked to you to when you were talked to again.
Mm-hmm.
When he initially talked to you and you guys had your conversation, what was the resolution or outcome of that conversation? So he tells you, hey, you know, she comes in here.
Right. I wasn't that worried about it. I mean,
Okay.
at that point, because he had said he explained it to her, and she didn't want to make a big deal of it. Was his words.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But he said he had to move it up the chain. You know
And
what I
that
mean?
he
So
explained the procedure to her when you say he explained
he
it to
explained
her?
it to her. I can't
Okay.
talk for him.
No,
but
I'm just curious if
saying
he
that's
told
what he
you.
said is that I tried to explain to her what you do. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And so those were his words, you know what I mean, or paraphrasing because I can't remember word
No,
for
that's
word,
okay.
but, you know, and she didn't want to make a big deal of it. And so those were the three things was that I remember from our conversation or four things was, it was after the Instagram picture and the moving of the underwear and moving of her breast, and because I was treating her ribs area, and then that she didn't want to make a big deal of it, but she thought she needed to talk to Jeff about it. And then Jeff saying that, you know, appreciate what you're telling me, so I will move this up the chain.
Okay.
Okay, so that was like the...
So then it was just kind of left open-ended for him to
There
follow
was
back up with you?
nothing else that happened. There was no conversation until Friday.
Okay.
Okay, it was just so I figured, okay, nothing ever happened, you know what I mean, like, you know, then once it did actually then make it up the chain, and the dean called in Jeff Friday morning, that's when it's like, okay, so obviously she's making more of a deal of it, you know what I mean, than not wanting to make a big deal of it. And I told Jeff at that time, I said, if she felt that way, I would encourage her to say things. You know, if she were to talk to me, you know, to say that some doctor did something, I said, you need to discuss this. You know what I mean? Because that's what I am, more of the patient advocate than anything else. It's my role. That's me. I don't know how else to say it. It's like me. You know,
Right. Everyone has their own style.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
it's not just style, it's you. You know what I mean, as a person? To be able to do this stuff, and to be able to do this stuff for so long, if you don't have patient confidence and patient trust, you would have had my ass in here how many times?
Right.
Okay, especially when I'm doing this on 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds, okay, with their parents there, but I'm obviously doing a doggone good job explaining things, okay, because what? You know
Yes,
what I mean?
that was going to be one of my questions, obviously. So there's never been any complaints that you're aware of prior to this one? And obviously you're videotaping things here, you're doing lectures on
Right. Well, this has been going on for forever. You know what I mean? Like, not forever, but the videos, you can see I've been videoing and changing and adapting. So I keep, so that it's transforming, you know, from...
I do this to 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds. I videotape everything. It's been going on forever. Imagine his smirk his sick, smirking face as he walked out of this police station thinking, that's another fire put out. I can continue my work.
Being just the operator interns, the sacrotuberous, to pelvic floor, you know what I mean? So all of that is the fulmination, the end point. I guess I can't find it.
No, that's okay. Don't worry about it.
But you want to see the ones with the, and listen to the words that I'm saying too, okay? And just watch my body movements, okay? When I'm checking things, you know, when my hands are on the patient, please watch, because I could see how she's massaging my breast. No, I'm like, how's that there now? How's that there? You'll see my hands move, okay? It's talking with my hands. It's how's that feel there now? It's like I tell people, you don't want to use left, right, or to your left, or you move it so they know what you're talking about. They can sense movement, right? So if I try to describe how does my left hand feel next to your right, you know, no.
Right.
But if I go like this, you know what I'm talking about, okay? So it's the way that I communicate because your hands are on them. Okay?
So that is exactly what we're talking about. So was there more details given to you on Friday then? Did they go over, because you said, hey, you know, they came
on
back.
On Friday, what the dean said was that it's been moved up the chain, and that this could become a police issue, or it's, you know, that it could become a police issue if she chooses to file a police report or whatever, you know, and that because of that, it'd be in your best interest, in our best interest, if we don't have you see patients right now, because
which makes sense, like you said.
Well, yeah, and I'm like, sure. He goes, you know, so you take the time that we need. You know, I said you could do the research, do the academic, you know, work that I'm doing. You know, so I said that's exactly. You know what I mean? So I'm not even going to the high school. You know, I go to I'm Holt High School's team doctor. I'm the team doctor at Twist Stars. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, you know. So I guess that's where I'm getting at is, what communication did I miss that she was trying to tell me? Okay, did she say anything about verbalizing that I feel uncomfortable or anything like that? Because if she did,
see the videos, because what I'm seeing in these videos is basically very similar.
Yeah, I want to hear what the allegations are. So the cops let him speak for a while about his activities, and now she's going to tell him what they've said.
To what she is telling me happened.
That's what I do.
Yep. So that is why I wanted to see those first to say, okay, are we on the same page? Are we talking about the same thing from the get-go? Which we are talking about the same thing. I've seen those. So it'll be very important for me to get those videos, and especially the ones, if you have ones in more detail, that you said are a little more graphic.
The ones I sent to the whatchamacallit, to Romania.
Okay.
You know, so those were just done for 2013.
Yeah, I'm not muted.
European, so last summer.
Okay.
Getting ready for the 2013 European Championships, and was having a problem, and so they contacted me to say, hey, you know, what can you do to help? I mean, England, Canada, Germany. I mean, they.
Right.
This is what I do. Okay, I'm not saying that yes, I'm.
England, Canada, Germany. I've abused children all over the world.
And yes, it's medical. It's not, I don't know how else to say it, but I'm totally taken by surprise, but at the same time feel like crap that someone would feel that I was doing something inappropriate to them. Because this is how I make my living. This is what I do. I've helped scores of people by doing these personal issues.
Which is good to hear. It's good to hear that you feel bad that she feels that way.
Yeah, because I feel like this little deviant, you know what I mean? And that's not right. And that's not. Okay? I mean, that's reality. Okay? That's who I am. Okay? That's why I'm like, of all the freaking people, I'm the only guy even allowed in with the national team. Okay, it's all our females, okay? But because of who I am, it's the trust. If I did something wrong, do you know how quickly that would spread like wildfire across, out.
Right.
This is my 27th year with the team, you know what I mean, or whatever, since 1986. I've been with the national team, and I'm telling you, those
Do you know how far the allegation would spread like wildfire if it got out what I was doing? I've been on this team for 27 years. This is a long time, isn't it? You know, I think he got off lightly. A posse should have run him out of town and just strung him up.
Those kids, it would go boom chaka boom chaka boom chuck chuck. You know what I mean? Like no question about it. Okay, and that's why I'm saying is that.
What was that? What the fuck was that?
Team, and I'm telling you, those kids, it would go boom chaka boom chaka boom chuck chuck. You know what I mean? Like
boom chaka boom chaka boom, boom chaka chuck chaka boom. It's stuff like that, isn't it? If you see people doing that shit, stay away from them and keep an eye on them. Keep your distance, but watch. And then call a cop.
no question about it. Okay, and that's why I'm saying is that there has to be a way that a person's able to disconnect. Okay, if you don't disconnect, then you're screwed. You know what I mean? You got to be able to disconnect, because that's what I'm saying is that when you're in that area, you have to be helping. You have to be doing therapeutic touch, not any other touch, because that sensations can be relayed through your hands. Persons can tell. You know what I mean? And it's like, how did I miss that signal that she felt that I was doing it inappropriately? Was I really that off that day or what? You know, that's my issue. And it's hard because it was so long ago, you know what I mean? But it's what I do all the time. So was I tired? I'm like, okay, did I get to sleep that night? Did I, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to figure out, was I off? I wasn't sick? You know what I mean? I only get 5 hours of sleep usually a night anyways, you know, but that's normal. Like, did I get less than that night? You know, what made me out of sync? What made me not be able to recognize that I was making a patient uncomfortable? Okay?
So generally, do they verbalize that, or a combination thereof?
There has been a few times where that has been brought up, okay? And in each and every time there was sexual abuse.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying is when they're uncomfortable like that, there's been 3 cases, and all 3 of them were sexually abused. Okay, so that's why I'm like, yeah. Okay, that's why I'm like, okay, is there something more? What am I missing? Because that's what I'm thinking all the time. Okay, if someone's tensing up or having an issue with this, my first inclination is, were they ever sexually abused? Okay, so that's what I've had conversations with people about, you know what I mean? And now I'm the one on the other, that's what I'm saying, is I'm the one on the other side of the table now, you know? It's
right.
Like, so I'm like, how did I, if say if for God help me, she's never been, you know, sexually abused, but say if she was, that's my job. Why would I miss that? Because then it's my job to bring help to that. You see what I'm saying? So where am I losing it that if she, God forbid, had been, that I would have missed that cue? Because then it's like, okay, boom, chaka, boom, whole another period of like, it's time to have some psychiatric intervention.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's why I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, 3 times, okay? And so that's, yeah, though there's been other net, and each one of them were in the past sexually abused, you know? And so, but I'm the one who brings it up.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
You know, she's way uncomfortable for what I'm doing, you know, without them even having to verbalize, okay? Because
obviously, you can feel a change in their body.
Yeah, okay, it's like, that's not right. There's something wrong here. You know what I mean? And so then I talk to, each time it was with a minor, you know, then I talk to the parent, and I'm saying, you know, what's going on here, you know, and then I find out what's going on. Okay?
So you obviously talked to, it sounds like,
Redacted. Yeah, we watched that at the beginning. Should we see it again? It's a good clip. Where is it? He should have been quicker. He should have been a lot quicker. We'll watch that clip and then we'll see him come back in. He's going to say something to the media.
Distraught father have a chance to say something.
Go ahead, sir. If
You son.
in a courtroom, we don't use profanity, but if you have some words that you would like to say, I would like to give you the opportunity to say
I
them.
would ask you to, as part of this sentencing, to grant me 5 minutes in a locked room with this demon.
I have a
Would you do
feeling.
that?
That is not how
Yes or
our.
no?
No, sir, I can't.
Would you
do
give me
that.
1 minute?
You know that I can't do that. That's not how our legal
Well, I'm
system
gonna have
works.
to get something.
Press Morgan, I'll
Let me
be
have it.
Matt, get over here, Matt.
All that coffee knocked over. Look at that. Cops everywhere. buyusacoffee.com/true crime metrics.
I want that stuff.
Behind your back.
Give me 1 minute with that.
Give me 1 minute with that asshole.
What if this happened?
I'd want 10.
Not behave like that. No one can behave like this. I want to make sure it's crystal clear. I'm sure Judge Weiss-
You haven't lived through it, lady.
You cannot behave like this.
Oh, he's angry at another victim. He's tearing them apart from the inside. It's always the dads, isn't it? It's always the dads that want to start trouble in the courtroom.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Since the Nassar article broke last year, we all have been processing it in our own ways. My sisters and I decided to speak up at the sentence hearings because we felt that our voices should be heard, and also speaking up for those who couldn't come forward. Clearly, there has been some stress and frustration, and it's not just within our family, it's within the entire community. The amount of
Yeah, I should think he's pretty injured, isn't he? Or is this before? Father who attacked Larry Nassar speaks publicly. It sounds like it's after. He must be a bit fucking sore. Come on. I thought he jammed what do you call that? The back of the corner of the skull, like behind the ear. That's a bad thing to hit the table.
love and support that we have experienced is beyond words, and we are very grateful. I don't know many people that would want to talk to their father specifically about such details. It was hard for my dad to hear what each of us experienced explicitly for the first time today. And it's easy to get caught up when emotions are running high. He reacted in a way that I feel most fathers would have done and probably wanted to do in a situation like this. But after reflecting on what happened earlier, my father is remorseful, and justice cannot be served by one individual. It must go through the judicial system. We don't want this to be distracting.
I don't know. I think everyone would be fairly satisfied if this guy here went over to Larry Nassar and like pulled his head off his body and then threw it to the back of the courtroom. I think everyone that'd be closure, wouldn't it? That'd be great. Like in Gladiator, like in just like with the emperor. The judge is like the emperor holding out the thumb up or down, and then it's like release the lions, release the tigers.
Issues. My sisters and I are proud to stand with all the women that have shared their stories over the past few days, and we owe them a debt of gratitude. My family and I appreciate everyone respecting our privacy during this time.
Good evening. I want to make it real clear that I am no hero.
Hey, everybody stand back. Do not knock this guy's drink over. He's gonna flip out.
Good evening. I want to make it real clear that I am no hero. My daughters are the heroes and all the victims and the survivors of this terrible atrocity. I'm going to read from a statement. You can use it, you can not use it, but after I do this statement, that's the last statements I'm making. I wrote this statement. This morning, I got up with full intention to go to work. I was going to stop by the courthouse for support. I knew my daughters were going to make an impact statement. I did not know the content in the impact statement. We went to the podium, Sherry, their mother, and myself, in support of the two daughters. When I had to hear what was said in those statements, and I have to look over at Larry Nassar shaking his head.
I'm confused how he said he wrote this statement this morning when he had full intention to go to work, but then came to the courthouse and listened to his daughter's victim impact statement. So how did he prepare that this morning if it's about what happened later on that day? How does that work? Did I miss something? I prepared this statement this morning when I was getting ready to come here, and the rest of it is about what happened after I arrived. How does that work? We've got to see it again.
So clear that I am
Protecting our privacy during this time.
Good evening. I want to make it real clear that I am no hero. My daughters are the heroes.
Yeah, please do make it clear, because I am not clear right now. I don't understand how you wrote a statement before you got here that is all about what happened when you got here.
And all the victims and the survivors of this terrible atrocity. I'm going to read from a statement.
Atrocity? I mean, I suppose it is an atrocity. He committed atrocities against them. So the whole thing is just one big atrocity. Let's look up the written meaning. Atrocity is an extremely wicked or cruel act, typically one involving physical violence or injury. Well, that's appropriate. Is it an act? Could you substitute the word? This act. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Something doesn't quite sit right about the word.
You can use it, you can not use it, but after I do this statement, that's the last statements I'm making. I wrote this statement. This morning, I got up with full intention to go to work. I was going to stop by the courthouse.
Okay. Boho hobo. What we're trying to do is work out how this guy wrote a story before he got here, and the story is about what happened after he arrived here.
I'm going to read from a statement. You can use it, you can not use it, but after I do this statement, that's the last statements I'm making. I wrote this statement. This morning, I got up with full intention to go to work. I was going to stop.
I wrote the statement this morning. I got up with full intention to go to work. I was going to stop by the courthouse. I knew my daughters were making a victim impact statement. I did not know the content of that statement.
By the courthouse for support. I knew my daughters were going to make an impact statement. I did not know the content in the impact statement. We went to the podium, Sherry, their mother, and myself, in support of the two daughters. When I had to hear what was said in those statements, and I have to look over at Larry Nassar shaking his head. That's when I lost control. I'm not advocating that everyone should do that. I feel very remorseful, very apologetic. I was embarrassed. I thank Judge Cunningham and all the court system for their leniency on me. This is cannot be a lawless society. I know that. I lost control, but I regained control later in a holding cell. When my children were little, they were taught to respect and obey.
In a holding cell. Did he put that in there to, and you know, I'm not criticizing this guy for anything, right? Of course I'm not, but I'm just curious about his wording, his linguistics, right? I regained my control, my self-control later in a holding cell. Now, is that put in there? It might be common to think that it was in there to elicit sympathy from the listener, right? Poor me, I was in a holding cell when he's the real criminal, right? Or maybe it's a different thing. Maybe it's like, yes, I was in a holding cell because what I did, rightfully, because what I did was wrong. And I'm not hiding from that fact because I'm being open and transparent about it, because that's, you know, we cannot live in a lawless society, and I want to be clean about this. Or it could be the sympathy thing.
And trust authority. That means the police.
I have to see that bit again.
I thank Judge Cunningham and all the court system for their leniency on me. This is cannot be a lawless society. I know that. I lost control, but I regained control later in a holding cell. When my children were little, they were taught to respect.
Maybe it does both. Maybe he just wanted to be completely upfront about it, but someone patted him on the back right then in a holding cell. Me.
And obey and trust authority. That means the police and their parents and their teachers and their coaches and their doctors. They were taught to respect and obey and trust adults because adults would teach them the proper way to live their lives. And we see what happened there. When the girls were little, Sherry and myself worked hard to provide extra opportunities for our children. And they found these opportunities on the athletic fields. They all participated in sports camps and traveling teams, and they all played basketball and softball and volleyball, ran track, cross country, and gymnastics. And then the injuries started showing up. Almost immediately, this family's getting professional advice to see one of the top doctors in his field, Larry Nassar. And I should have felt privileged for paying the invoices because, after all, he was taking care of Michigan State University athletes as well as Olympians. I allowed myself to take this advice. I fell for the Michigan State hype. I was blinded to the fancy degrees hanging on an office wall. And I delivered, unintentionally, my 3 daughters to a demon who had his own twisted and sick agenda for his own demented desires. Now I have to live with the fact that I failed to protect my daughters. This is a strong family. We will get through it.
I think one dad killed himself because he didn't believe the daughter when she came to him. I think the ones that I was saying earlier, where he'd put her foot on his crotch and then take his cock out and rub it on her fucking feet while the parents are still in the house. They were close neighbors or something, and I think, you know, I don't know, it's not a checked fact, so you know, killed himself. Couldn't fucking deal with it. Couldn't believe that he'd not believed his daughter, and then all this happened. I mean, it would be rough, wouldn't it? Others are disowned, can't speak. It's ruined lives.
Sometimes the relationships between my daughters have been strained, stressed, distant. I was always trying to figure that out. I was always frustrated and puzzled. Always tried to work as hard as I could to be a good father. And now I know what one of the reasons were, the main reason. The reason was Larry Nassar. Now I have to worry if my daughters can ever trust another man the rest of their life. The survivors and the victims are the most important now, and my daughters are a part of that. If it wasn't for all the brave girls and women that have come forward before now, I don't know if my family could have came forward now. So I appreciate and thank all the victims and the survivors for what they've done. I do not doubt for a minute all the people that come forward, there was probably even more victims out there that have yet to come forward. And to them I say I wish you well, and I hope you can find the inner strength to go down the path of recovery. Like I said, the victims and survivors are the most important, but I represent the parents and the grandparents and the family members and the friends and the community members and the coaches and the teachers, all who have cared and taught and loved all these kids, not just my kids, all those kids, the right way. I thank all of those for their support. I want to wrap this up. I will tell you that I believe in God Almighty. I believe in heaven and hell. And I can only hope when the day comes that Larry Nassar has ended his days on this earth, that he will be escorted to one of the deepest, darkest, hottest pits in hell there is for him and people like him.
Is he serious? I mean, you really think that there's a place called hell that's hot? That's okay. That's okay. That's okay.
I hope there's a lot of pain attached to it, because he's certainly left a lot of pain here on this earth. That's all I have to say.
I mean, if that gives him some comfort, that's fine, isn't it? You know, whatever makes it better.
I want to thank everyone for coming out. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let's see what Larry's got to say.
Okay.
So I just was waiting since Friday when I heard that it did go forward to have this conversation, because I don't want her to mentally be going through what someone would be going through when they think that they've been sexually violated. Okay? That's the problem that I'm facing, is that it's a dichotomy for me. It's like, I'm the person that usually puts the arm around them, not the one who's doing the wrong thing. That's the dichotomy that I'm stuck in.
And you're right.
And I don't.
What, hell? What? Serious?
So that's what she filed the report for. So right now what the report is titled, just so you know, is a sexual assault.
Right.
Because that is, like you said, that is how she's feeling. That is what she thinks happened. That's her perception of things. So there's a couple different times that she's feeling that you sexually assaulted her throughout the examination.
Okay.
She did say everything that you were telling me is along what she said. Hey, it was a lengthy examination,
Right.
went to these exercises,
Right.
You were working on basically her whole entire body.
Right.
So, everything you're walking me through over here and you're showing me is everything that she was telling me. What she is saying, and you use the words, the same words she used, that she's saying that
Right.
And then she said that she felt like that you were massaging her breast and that that was not part of the manipulation that you were doing.
Okay.
So that'd be the first piece.
Right, okay.
So if you want to talk about that first piece as what it is you were doing.
Right. When you're working ribs, okay, if you can't use the arm, if your shoulder, it's like, okay, the muscle energy part, I'll crack a back, okay, so we crack a back, crack a neck, the usual stuff, and then we try to do push against me, and then you do stretches, okay, so when I'm doing stretches.
That's your opinion, Mr. Lefty, and far from an actual proven fact. What's the proven fact?
Yeah, okay, you're on the...
And again, if you have videos of that too, that would be helpful.
Let me show you here.
Not that you necessarily have videos of everything, but...
I teach the ribs.
I teach the ribs, and then I go out for ribs. Chinese barbecue.
Back to transfer. Not a lot of people like to treat the ribs, and because I work with the crew athletes, I treat a lot of ribs because the crew athletes, have rib issues, obviously. But that's what I mean. So that's another area that I do a ton of lecturing on because I treat it a lot. I'm in the wrong. I gotta go I took stuff off my computer was getting too big, so that's why I got the external hard drive going. Let's go to the external hard drive. Go up to lectures and articles. OMM. Stop. Lots of lectures. All right. OMM, ATC, for example, ribs.
Okay.
Ribs, ATC.
So Jim Lewis wants to have a theological discussion. You said hell doesn't exist, right? Oh, sorry. You said hell don't exist, right? Well, okay. That is your opinion and not an actual proven fact. Not too hard to understand. Okay, yeah. Well, what are you asking me? Do I believe that there's a place called heaven and a place called hell, that you go to one or the other when you die? No. No.
You see rough copy. Let's see if that's... Okay, so this is Dr. Greenman, like I was talking about, okay? So you can see his hand placements, okay? So what I tell people is when you're working on the ribs, okay, I don't like to stand on the side. I do it sideline, okay? When I do it, I'll be at their head or I do it sideline, okay? And I tell people, don't come in this way. That's offensive. Come in this way, okay? If you come in over their head, that's offensive. You know what I mean? It's just the way that I talk about it. So I actually come off from the side. Okay? And then I'll turn their head and do some work that way with it. But that to me is a lot.
Oh, that sounds like a death threat. I'm speaking to my attorney. Soap, witness this, please. Jim Lewis says, we will find out the truth. We will find out that the truth on that one soon enough. Hang on. We will find out that the truth on that one soon enough. It's a death threat.
When you come at someone this way, that's more offensive.
Seems assaultive.
Right, exactly. And that's why I'm like, I lecture to people about how you try and not, you come across from the sides, and then when you sideline them, you can do it sideline sitting, pieces like showing prone. But you can.
You all saw it. He came in here and he threatened me with death.
It's the rib cage. You know what I mean? You're going to be on the chest wall. You move the breast down. You move the breast down to get down to the wall, okay? It's like giving someone a mammogram almost, okay? And when you do the myofascial...
Yeah, I wasn't touching her breast. I was moving her breast down. Breast. I was moving her breast down for the ribs.
Let me see if I've got the...
SMH.
So while you're doing this, are you explaining, I mean...
I always do,
Okay.
you know, because I have to know if it's making them feel better. That's why I'm like, is that bad? Because okay, if that doesn't work, I'm going to change my hand position. If that doesn't work, it has to be a conversation. I'm not omnipotent. You know what I mean? It's like, and that's why I'm like, this is...
I'm not omnipotent. It's her responsibility. It's my 10-year-old patient's responsibility. I'm not omnipotent. How am I supposed to know if she doesn't say anything? If I've got my fingers, 2 in that one and 1 in that one, digital, work in the digits, how am I supposed to know without feedback? She should be the one being questioned. Bring in the 10-year-old.
I don't understand why she just didn't say, I don't understand what you're doing, or anything along those lines. It's like, really?
So she did say, while you were working on her, that you did say, does this feel better?
Yes.
And that you were going on with that. What her perception is that you weren't explaining what you were going to do beforehand, so she didn't know what was coming. But that she was very well aware that while you were doing that, you were saying, how does this feel? Does this feel better? And that she was answering,
Right.
either yes or no.
No, right.
So again...
Because I can't remember, but I do this on all my patients. If you do the same thing every time,
Right. Yep.
you know what I mean, then I'm like, okay, if I was treating ribs...
Police work, we have to do the same thing, do it the same way every time.
And
that
then
we
you don't screw up, you know what I mean? So that's why I'm like, so where did she... I don't know if you can tell me that, but did she ever say anything to me?
I'm sorry, I can tell you everything.
Yeah,
I have no problem telling you.
Did she
anything.
say something like, I feel offended, or what are you doing, or can you explain it to me better, and I blew her off?
So what she's saying is that while you were, what she said in her words is massaging her breast, what she said is that at some point she tells you, okay, you don't need to work on my shoulder anymore.
Okay.
I don't need to work on my shoulder.
Okay.
It has like longer term issues and I
Okay.
need more work than that. Do you
Okay.
remember that at all?
I don't remember, honestly.
Okay.
But so did I stop working on her shoulder, or what did I do?
Yes.
Okay, so she said stop working on her shoulder, I stopped working on her shoulder, okay.
Yeah.
So I didn't do anything against her wishes. I mean, right, she said to stop, I stopped, okay.
So what she feels, and again, this is her perception and what she
Okay.
feels, and you're showing me videos, you're explaining everything
Right.
too, which makes sense what I'm seeing here
Right.
too. What she's saying is that, initially your hand was up, kind of on
Right.
her top shoulder area, and
Right.
slightly on the top of her breast,
Right.
and then moved down again,
To the
like
ribs.
yeah,
Right.
to, and what she calls is like a full frontal on top of her breast, and that you're massaging her breast. So,
Okay, go
Nope.
ahead. It's okay, I understand her perception.
Yeah, and
Absolutely. You can obviously see how she could feel that way. And when we do myofascial, too, you are having her breathe, take a deep breath, exhale, and you're doing that, okay? I mean, as they're breathing, you're doing that motion to try and stretch the fascia, okay? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
no, you're perfectly fine. It's good for you to talk a lot, right? Because then it's more for me to know. So I'm not going to stop you from talking. I prefer you talk more than less. So you're not going to hurt my feelings.
Right.
So what her perception is that she didn't know that was going to be done,
Okay.
but that there was the communication throughout that,
Okay.
hey, how does this feel? Does
Right.
this feel better? Does this not feel better? And then she said she got to a point where she felt uncomfortable and she thought that it was inappropriate.
Okay.
And it went to the line of being from a medical manipulation
Okay.
to being inappropriate, at which time that she had said, hey, I think you've worked on my shoulder enough.
Yeah,
I don't
okay.
need you to work on my shoulder enough.
Okay.
And again, I know you see a lot of patients. I just don't know if, you remember anything specific to that or her
That's what
saying
I'm saying,
that.
that's what I was wondering, but at least I would do if someone says,
Oh, we're friends now. Okay, well, thanks, Jim. Jim says, your commentary on the Devon Shriner case was absolutely hysterical, though. Had me laughing hysterically. I love the way you write. Hysterically. I was in hysterics. You could add to it. Your commentary on the Devon Shriner case was absolutely hysterical, though. Had me laughing hysterically. I was in hysterics. Absolute hysterics. I live in Fort Collins and nobody called me there. The daycare has my info. Yeah, I remember that episode. I want to redo it, actually, maybe, because it was a good story and a good, interesting. I loved the thing about the postal inspector. I never knew that. That's the oldest federal law enforcement agency. And it makes sense, doesn't it? That would have been the only, interstate federal crime, when you could post things, when you could mail things by the Pony Express. And they had to be checked. You see, I would have thought it was ATF. But no, it's the postal, what are they even called? The Postal Bureau? The Federal Bureau of Mail.
It's okay, I think you've done enough, I stop.
Right, which is what she said you did.
Right, so, okay, go ahead.
So that's the first piece of it.
Uh-huh.
Then she says, in the first video that you show me, where she's flat on her stomach,
right.
and then what she says, again, just like you're showing me and you're explaining to me, is that your hand had went in between her butt cheeks.
Right.
And then she said the head went more towards her vagina and the vagina hole.
Well, not...
That's the way she's explaining it to me. So,
Okay.
and again, I'm not using medical.
Yeah. Is that what you call it, is it? That's not a medical term. The vagina hole? What is that? Which one?
Terms, I'm using her
That's
terms,
okay.
right?
That's okay.
So what she says that your fingers went by her vagina hole, and that she felt again that was a massaging
Right, okay.
nature, and that she felt that had went on for too long, and that you hadn't explained it to her prior to you doing it. So it was unexpected to her that she didn't know that was coming. And then when you were doing it, that she felt like it was not.
Was I talking to her during the time, though, like I normally
So
do?
she says, yes, again, that how does this feel? Does this?
We're going to have a very short window to turn this around before this evening's show, by the time this finishes. I think I might get a takeaway. Takeout. What are we thinking? There's not many options. There's not many options at all. The Chinese is shit. Really shit. I mean, so bad that, I think that's what I had on Christmas Day, because there was nothing else open. And I had a chicken fried rice that was shit. So I'm not going back there until next Christmas. What are we? Burgers. Could get burgers. Burger and fries. Or pizza. Could get a pizza. What do you think is better? If you had to go for a pizza, no. If you had to have takeout today, would you think pizza or burger and fries? Maybe we should do a poll.
Feel better.
Right.
And she says that initially she says, yes, it does feel better. So you continue.
Right.
And then she says that at some point that she says that she felt that it was hurting. So she says, hey, that hurts. Can you stop? And then you said you stopped at that time again.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. It's an interaction, and I don't know how to say this, but that would be appropriate. It's like, you're working on them, and you're trying to trying to do the work. You need that feedback from the patient, and I'm getting the feedback, and I'm responsive to.
I need some feedback from the viewers. I mean, I'm trying to think if there is any other option. Not really. I mean, there's the restaurant with their stuff, but I don't know if I can be bothered with that. Just something quick.
The feedback, and I'm talking my way through it, as she said I was. You know what I mean? And so, I might have, I haven't been on the records, but if they, that was my second, third.
It's not a Dorito pizza though, Cindy, so I don't know that it will quite meet your expectations.
I don't know, it was I had seen her before, I know that.
Okay.
So that it might be in the note from before that I explained to her. Okay, so if you check the notes, okay, and see, you know what I mean, if there is check the notes and see, you know what I mean, if it's, well, maybe, because sometimes I'll do that, if it's a repeat patient, I don't explain it all over again, because I explained it the first time, you know what I mean, so that's what I'm saying.
So have you done this type of...
I don't know if I did it on her the first time or not, okay? What I'm saying is that if that was in my treatment plan, you know what I mean, like, okay, this is what we're going to do when you come in, you know, this is the process or whatever. I might have explained it to her the first visit. Now make the appointment and come in, you know what I mean, and we'll do the work the second time. So it might have been like, you know, when you, okay, the first time's an initial eval, I might be like, okay, this is where I probably will go with this, and I would have.
You know, I think the detective is still looking at him with some scrutiny. He's not quite out of the woods yet. He is way over explaining things. He's dressed like a 12-year-old boy. He's got all this gesticulation going on with his hands, just over the top. He's saying funny things like, oh no, I can just look for it on the computer while you talk at my ear, at the side of my head. Strange social cues.
Explain things in the first visit.
She's just still, focused, front on, face on, looking at him, making him uncomfortable.
About what we're going to do the next visit, okay? So that's when it's a follow-up. I usually don't explain as much because I think I explained a lot, and I just get to work and I talk through it. So that would be part of the documented medical record. Okay.
How your office? How would she go about signing release to get those medical records to turn over to me, or how would that? Yeah. Is that how you get your normal procedures over there?
Yeah. It's the release because of HIPAA.
Yeah, right. Obviously, I would need a search warrant for that stuff.
Right.
If
She
she were to
copies of the records. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, and so and then because I don't want to be on there. You know what I mean? So it's whatever's there is there. Okay, so whatever. Okay, so that's what I'm saying is that it would have been if I explain stuff. A lot of times I'll explain it in the first visit. Okay, but from now on, I'll tell you what, this whole thing is getting changed because I cannot have anyone leave feeling that way again. You know what I mean? That's the bottom line. You know what I mean? So
right, which is why you're here today, obviously.
Exactly, because there's no way. So, I mean, lots of things have to change to protect myself from having that, happen again. You know what I mean? And also the patient from feeling that way. But it's like, okay, what can we do? Da-da-da-da-da-da. So it's like I've already been talking with Dr. Kovan and Dr. Dietz, so, like, okay, we need to do this, we need to do that, we're talking about...
I know, K. Blue. He's close to putting his hands on the detective. You can sense that hunger. Like it's almost a magnetic thing. His hands, as he's demonstrating these... Yeah, I was massaging her pelvic floor from the inside to fix her ribs, so I had to move her breast down. He's in his mind, he's doing these things to the detective. I'd love to know if she had a kind of young look. She could do. From what we can see and hear, her voice could be young. Her hair, hands, they look like they could be young, but I don't think we ever get a good look at her.
Policy changes, so that, because we all go in the rooms by ourselves. My wife is at the Alliance, she gets sometimes her exam done with just the doctor in the room.
So that was going to be one of my questions, because she had said that there was a resident in the room for
usually
a fair amount.
Or medical students, or that or a fellow. There's a bunch of people that rotate through.
Okay, so then does the resident, and again, just because I don't know your guys' procedure, does the resident normally stay in the room the whole time, or they come and go?
It depends on when the next, because they usually go in first. You know what I mean? So I don't know if that resident went in first on that. It's been a while, but the resident will usually start, report, or it depends on where we are. Like if I go in the room with the resident, then I'll go through stuff, and then if the next patient comes, I send the resident to the next patient, because that's part of it. They have to do an eval and then report to you what they saw and all that stuff. So then if I will be in the room either the resident goes in first, and I join the resident, and then we work, and then the resident, if the next patient comes, the resident can go to the next room, so that we keep the traffic flow going. So
Okay.
that would be the process of normal routine. It would be because I only have 2 rooms, and if I hear the patient gets put in the room next to us, I'm like, go check if the patient's ready, go start seeing the patient, and it depends on where that resident is, because the residents learn. I teach some of the residents, if they're DOs that do manual medicine, some of these techniques, like put your hand here, do that, you know what I mean? And then I say, okay, go to the next room. If you're ready, you can, so it's like see one, do one, teach one type deal. You know? So, it depends on which resident it is, as to where they are in the rotation and training. But yeah, the resident could have actually.
I don't know if he preferred having the room to himself or if he preferred having a resident in the room or a parent in the room. I think it's pretty well established that he loves doing this in front of other adults. I mean, the fuck? You gotta think on some level, I think when people don't want to believe something, like he's molesting that child in front of me, and he's probably molested thousands, your brain, subconscious part of your brain goes, oh, that's going to be really hard to accept and deal with. I'm going to look for every possible excuse I can find to prevent me from really realizing that, There's a bias that's created subconsciously where you're like, okay, I really hope not. I really, really hope that's not what's going on. Which obviously everyone would say, well, of course I would want to know, but I think it's unconscious, isn't it? It's instinctive. It's like danger. Stay away from danger in the wild. If a fox sees a shadow of a bear, then he gets running away. He doesn't know why. He just does it. So it's just like that, really.
On some of this.
So do you remember in this specific incident, like when the resident left or was in there?
I don't remember, but if there was a resident, that would be the...
Oh, where's the picture? What's her name? What's her name, Cindy? I was just trying to look for that, but you beat me to it. Tell us. Have you got a name, Cindy? No? Name of detective that interviewed Larry Nassar. Andrea Munford. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Look at that. Sweet girl. That's what they put in. Let me see a picture. That's too small. Well, this one will do. Save image. There. That's who's talking to him. So, sort of Sandra Bullock, no? Could be Sandra Bullock. Yeah. So he's probably definitely wanted to get into her pelvic flooring because she looks like a gymnast.
And Dr. Kovan, actually, not just said that, Dr. Kovan did bring up that the resident left, that there was a resident, the resident left the room. Okay, so if the resident left the room, it was to go see another patient.
Okay.
Okay, but that would have been the only reason why the resident would have left the room, was to let a new patient come in. You know, so that's, again, that would make sense because that's what I always do. That's a standard procedure.
Okay, so obviously that's one of her concerns too, is that, you know, she felt comfortable while the resident was in there, because obviously there's two people in there. The resident was a female at the time. And then she said that when this occurred, the resident was no longer in the room, and she didn't know, obviously, you know, what the intention of that was, because then that's when these manipulations were taking place.
Yeah, so it depends on when that resident was in their rotation. Okay, so that's what I'm saying, is a lot of times I will, if they're DOs and they've got a menu medicine hint, they'll actually, or tint, whatever, desire, you know, they'll learn this stuff.
Okay.
You know, like, put your hand here, do this, you know what I mean? And so, and I don't know if that resident was one of those, because if it's an MD resident, they don't have a...
Do you know who the resident was for that one? Do you have a specific resident assigned to you, or residents assigned to you?
We have residents, well, they rotate through on, if they're a medical student, I don't even know if it's a resident, you know what I mean?
Okay.
A medical student.
All right.
Okay, so, but that's normal for a lot of us, you know what I mean? Like, they go in and see a patient, so they're in the room by themselves with the patients. That's just the way it is.
Would Dr. Kovan, or who, do you know who would have that information as to which resident was with you that day?
Vicki Curley, our office manager,
Okay.
would be able to figure that out, I think. You know what I mean? Because there should be a rotation graph or whatever.
Okay.
So, Vicki Curley, our office manager, would know that, you know. So do you want me to try and get that information to you?
I can call, just because obviously I'm going to want to talk to the, if
Residents
they,
or whatever,
yeah,
right.
because obviously they were in a room, it sounds like, for almost, I'll even go as far as like 3/4 of the examination time.
Right.
So I obviously want to talk to
So
that
then-
resident to find out, hey, what did you observe during the 3/4 of the time that you're in the room? When did you leave the room?
Right.
And how did you come about leaving the room? Things like that.
Right. I would have been to have seen another patient.
Okay.
So unless it was the end of the day and they had to leave, but that's rare.
Okay.
It would have been to see the next patient.
Okay. And so then you were trying to schedule a follow-up appointment with her. And
Normally I say when I do this, it's like, okay, if they respond well, I'm like, okay, we'll do once a week for like 3 weeks, and then you're usually, it's like once a week for 3 weeks, and then then usually I tell people, you're like 80 to 90% better, we'll spread it out, we'll put an appointment out there for a month after that or whatever, you know, to see if you can hold the treatment, you know what I mean? But it's usually like initial appointment, then once a week for 3 weeks, if this stuff works, you know what I mean? So the manipulations. And so if it hadn't, if there was no benefit from the treatment, she'd have been off. I wouldn't have even had, we're like, okay, you know, you didn't benefit from it, I'm not going to do it again, you know, type deal. Because you see the effect, you know what I mean? It's like, and obviously she must have, like she said, at first it was feeling better, you know what I mean? But then she's, whatever, processed it, like, wait a second, okay, so then obviously she felt violated, you know what I mean? But the feedback that I was getting was, okay, she's getting better, you know, that's the way that I was, the communication, reciprocation, that's what I was feeling, okay? So that's the confusion, I guess, that I'm having, is where did I not sense any bodily changes, you know, because obviously she said, okay, you know, that's good or whatever, and I was done, you know what I mean? So there was no other mannerisms there's no other mannerisms I can figure out how I would know that she felt uncomfortable, okay? That's what I'm getting at, is why, that's why I'm having like, okay, when did I see that patient? What did I do? What clues? What am I missing here? Okay, because this is a normal process for me. Okay, that's why I'm like, why this person? Why that time? What the heck happened? Okay, and so that's
Right.
You know, it's like, you want to talk about a nightmare, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, but so it is what it is, but that's why I'm like, I had no ill intent. I had no reason to. I had no, it's other than.
All for medical reasons.
Well, of course, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. It's like, this is my need. I don't know, you know, it's like, and so I don't know what created me to have a bad day that day that created this out of all the times that I've done this. It's like, what the heck, you know, so I don't know. I don't know.
Obviously, like you said, you're not picking up anything from her body that you're thinking, hey, she's really uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, you would get that, and you would get that tensing, you know what I mean? You get that.
So do you remember her, and I obviously gave you the information for both times when she said, hey, you know, I don't need you to work on my shoulder anymore. You're saying you don't remember her saying that as far as that
I
goes?
can't remember all I'm doing is generalizations. Like, I know that if I was treating her in that way, this is what I must have been doing. You know what I mean? Because that's standard. That's
okay.
Normal, okay. So, you know, to remember, how can I honestly say that I can remember the details of every part of it? That's not, like, you know, that's not.
Yeah, and I'm asking just because obviously the details are helpful if you do remember them.
Right.
And then as far as when you were down, you know, by her vagina, is that something that you remember as far as her saying, you know, that hurts or stop or anything like that?
No, I don't. I'm honest, I don't. You know what I mean? But if she said stop or hurts, I would have stopped and changed.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That would have been what I should do. So if she said that, that should have been my response. Okay, so that's hopefully what I did. You know what I mean? So I hope I stopped or made it so it didn't hurt or whatever. So, but it's clear. I mean, it is clear in my mind that obviously I was doing those techniques and trying to explain to her as I'm going through it. And you know, so I'm like, well, obviously, you know, there's going to be a disconnect that occurred, and how come I wasn't aware of that disconnect? That's going to be my big issue that I have to wrestle with, is why didn't I understand that at that time I had a patient feeling that way? Okay, that's my biggest, you know, that's my big issue that I got it, because that's from in here. It's like, what wake up, you know what I mean? Like, why? That's going to be that'll never leave me. Okay, that's my self-torture, I guess you could say. That, yes, she was victimized. Yes, I was victimized to myself. Okay, because hurting someone like that ain't right. Okay, it's not right. Okay, and that's what I'm saying. That's why that hurts me to hurt her, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm following you. Yeah.
So, anyways, that's what I'm going to have to live with. That's plain and simple. Okay, and that's why I keep rolling in my head. So I need other safeguards, because if I can't find out why, I got to have other safeguards built in that is other than my own use of force, Luke. Okay, because I need to have some other, and so it's got to change, because it's done. All these years of work is done. Flush it. You know, it's done, because I cannot do that to another person, and I cannot live through that for myself too. You know, so it's like, okay, you know, total rework, what are we going to do? You know, so, but it's got to change. It has to.
Right. Which is true, because like you said, I mean, we need to make sure that everyone's covered.
Yeah, well,
right.
You're thinking like, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
you're thinking like a police officer. I'm thinking like I don't want coverage.
I am a police officer,
I know.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, no, it's not about coverage. It's about morals and ethics and how people feel.
Right, which is your doctor's speak.
No, that's...
Right, we're on the same page.
Okay,
we're on the same page.
Yeah.
So for those other videos, did those show more in detail? I know you said they're graphic, but are they showing like the exact hand placement where they're at?
And I'm talking about between the vaginal and the rectal area.
Okay.
And I'm working up toward the rib cage now, you know. But I don't have any videos of the techniques for the rib cage, you know what I mean, other than the lectures that I have.
Okay.
Okay. And that's, you know, because that's like a, I don't know how to say it. That's nothing. I don't know. You know what I mean? That's like, that's so common that's a normal.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Where you're, yeah. You know what I mean? That's you can open up any textbook and see that stuff. Okay, so that's I'm like, I don't know. I don't have any videos of that.
No, that's fine. Even if you send me like the few pictures that you showed me, that would be more than sufficient because obviously we can see the hand placement.
But I'm reversed. Okay, I would have been at her head, and that's what I'm like. If it was shoulder stuff or ribs, I would have had her on her side too. Okay?
Yes, that's what she said.
So I would have had her on her side, and then I'm compressing because when you do the fascial releases, you can do it sitting. Okay, but I like to lay them either down or on their side. Okay, and then you can compress better front to back. Okay, and then I've got control of their arm, so I can compress if you're on the 4th rib, 5th rib, 3rd rib, because the scapular thoracic dynamics of the way your shoulder moves, the scapula has to move, and that's why rowers get so many rib problems because of the using the serratus and the scapula. And so when you want to release the rib cage, then you compress from the costosternal to costovertebral compression. Okay, and then you can use the scapula, get it out of the way. But if I'm working rib 4, rib 5, rib 3, that's breast. You know what I mean? That's breast and that's breast. But it's compression. It's And so if she said I was massaging, it would have been like, does that feel better there? Does that feel better there? Take a deep breath. How's that type of thing. So take a deep breath. Move your arm up. I would have been. She would have been laying on her back, and I would have turned her head, and done one hand would have been here pushing down, like this. Sometimes I'm here between the breasts, you know what I mean? But so sometimes you're cross patterning, okay, so that you're doing it from this direction, okay. So, but my hands would have been more like this as opposed to like this, okay. And then sideline, you're like this, okay. So her head would have been. If this is the body, that's the head. Okay. So I would have been like this, okay, with my hands on, so that my thumbs, your thumbs connect from the costosternal to mid-axillary line to costovertebral, then you compress the rib, and as they breathe, then the rib you're able to release. It's called a release. It's releasing the rib. Okay. So if I did sideline techniques, that's my sideline techniques. Okay. If it's supine, it's supine. Okay. Supine, laying on their back. Yeah. And sometimes you go from prone to supine to seated. You got all these different ways to treat them. That's why I'm like, it could have been any one of those, positions, but that's the positions I would have used for those rib techniques. And again, if she felt offended, I'm like, why didn't I sense that? And that's my burden. But anyway, so
So it seems like you obviously have, which is great, you have a very set routine that you go through with every patient. Is there any reason you can think of why you wouldn't have walked her through the steps as to what was coming up next or what you're going to do?
Other than if I thought I had explained it to her at the visit before, because this was a follow-up visit. Okay, that would have been the only reason why. Would have been if I thought I had explained things to her at the visit before. Okay. Instead of having so that's why then I'm just going through it because I've already explained what I'm going to do. You know what I mean? So does that make any sense?
Yeah. So she had said that she. I don't know if you recall that at all or no, but that's
I know.
Yeah, so she had said it showed in one of the videos you showed me, it looks like there was some butt palpitations.
Right.
So that's what she was in there for before, was that. And she says she remembers leaving and telling people on her team that. And they kind of talked about that. Right. So that's when she was in there. So.
But she was there before.
On a different occasion?
I think the time before, or was that the only time? I can't remember unless they pull it up. But I thought that was a follow-up.
One other time?
Yeah.
Do you know if she had been in there recently as far as the follow-up would go?
Wasn't that the second time? I can't remember. I know if that was the...
So...
Was that the second time of recently? You know what I mean? Like I saw her once and she came back? Or no? So I have no recollection of her as went to high school.
Yeah, right. So that's obviously going a few years back. So, she's not alleging that she didn't think anything inappropriate happened you know,
before,
in her
right,
previous
right,
visit.
right.
And she said that it sounds like she had some other issues that she needed physical therapy for and stuff. So she's not alleging anything inappropriate. It just stuck out in her head that she thought, you know, hey, he was kind of like poking at my butt.
Right.
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 And then, and that's when.
Yeah, you guys definitely need the records then. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because that stuff would be documented anyway.
Okay.
Okay. And you know, if because maybe that's what I'm thinking is was that a second visit or a first visit? I can't. You know, I purposely have not. I didn't want to. You know what I mean? So you know, it's like just let it be. You know.
And then, so after your appointments, like, are your notes pretty detailed? So, like, from this visit that we're talking about, that's...
It should say, like, OMM with ME and MFR and strain, counter strain to the, you know, cervicothoracic, rib cage, you know, and then my notes are usually pretty good.
Okay.
Okay, my notes are usually pretty good. So myofascial release, strain, counter strain, that's this positioning stuff too.
Okay.
Okay, so that's HVLA is cracking the back. Okay, so if you see HVLA in the note, that's high velocity, low amplitude. Okay, so HVLA is like a cracking.
Okay.
ME is muscle energy.
All right, hang on.
Sorry, yeah. HVLA
Right. Yep.
is cracking the back. That's high velocity, low amplitude.
Okay.
ME is muscle energy. That's where you, again, it's like working with the patient. Okay, push here,
Okay.
You know, strain, counter strain is you put them in a position where, okay, does that hurt now? No, okay, now just breathe. You know, you try and put them in a position where it doesn't hurt. And I always say myofascial release you combine with the strain, counter strain so that as they're breathing, you're releasing, you're following it, you're moving further because you're getting a release. So as they breathe and as okay, if I'm here to start, I'm going to get more release. So you go farther and farther. Okay, I restored length. I've gotten them down to another rib. You know, I mean, you're following the pattern. Okay, so it's like I've been called the body whisperer. You know, it's like you feel it. You know, and most of the time my eyes are closed. Okay, because I'm doing like I'm doing right now. You know, what I mean, like I'm feeling it. You know, and that people say I do that when I lecture too. I close my eyes.
Well, you've done it in here. I've noticed, right? Yeah.
You know what I'm just saying? That's the way, because it's use the force. You know what I mean? It's like you feel it, and that's what when I did cranial. Okay, cranial is where like you put your hands on the head. Okay, and you're trying to feel the cranial bones move. I mean, go figure. Okay, and when I was a student, I took. Dr. Greenman, who was the guy who, like I said, wrote the book, 20-hour course, couldn't feel it. Dr. Mitchell, Fred Mitchell, whose father invented muscle energy. I mean, these are like the gods of manual medicine. Heads of rock, I still couldn't feel it. Viola Fryman comes in so that was 60 hours, and I still couldn't feel it, okay? And so Viola Fryman comes in from California. She's like 70, 75, and she was an older lady, and she was older than the other two, so she was old. And I finally felt it, and it's because the way that she described it to me, to the class, you know, was that it's a triangle. It's you, the patient, and the spirit above, and it's this triangle pattern, and you have to get into that so that, because you don't want the bad stuff to come back into you, because then you get all bad. You got to be able to pass it. It's this conceptual thing, you know what I mean? So that you're trying to get into, like she was talking about how you can actually unwind them, like if they were in a car accident, as you're going through this, you actually get them into positions that they went through, and as you unwind them, the pain goes away. It's esoteric. It seems strange, but it's bizarre that's medical. Okay, I mean, like,
right.
and literally, you know, I'll go through gyrations with them because I'm actually unwinding them of what pattern built it in. So if they got built in that pattern, if you do a Rubik's Cube, you unwind it the right way, and you solve it in less than a minute. Okay, so if you feel the tissues, okay, that was brought down here, then there, and all of a sudden they can release. like the video showed, that the girl with the leg thing, you know what I mean? I did the releases, her range of motion doubles. You know what I mean? I can test that stuff beforehand, like I was showing with the girl sitting. I put my hand on her bum, you know, pain goes away, no, pain's still there. I change my hand, pain's gone now. Okay, I know that that's then the angle or the vector that I need to do to unwind that. Okay, so it's totally, yes, if I would have gone further, that's natural, because she's getting lengthened, I'm unwinding it, you know, and so that's when I finally felt the cranial bones move, was when I was able to connect. It's very powerful for me, you know, 'cause
Right,
you know,
I can see that.
So that's the thing is, did I somehow, I obviously must have, to her, reached the line where I was feeling connected, like, you know what I mean? Did I get into it too much? You know, like, did I feel like, oh, you know, there it goes, you know what I mean? And you just ride the body rhythms. It's hard to describe, but it's what osteopathic myofascial release is about, okay? And it's unwinding, okay? You can write that. I don't use that word, but that's a medical term for myofascial. It's unwinding. You unwind them, and it's the release of the fascia. You know, it works. You know, I don't know how else to say it. Do you have a rib problem? I can show you.
Right. Not currently.
You know, but
I'm sure at some point, the older I get here, I'm going to start feeling my aches and pains, right? So, I mean, that's why you're here.
Right.
You're here because it's under investigation, okay?
Right.
We want to talk to you. We want to find out what you have to say about it.
Right.
And like I said, I mean, I'm just going to go through this. I'm pretty sure I've covered everything with you that I want to cover. I just want to make sure I haven't missed anything that she said, because, you know, I'm not going to hide anything from you. I'm not going to keep any secrets.
It's
Right, obviously it's your whole profession. It's about who you are.
It's not even the profession. It's who, me. You know what I mean? Like, there's such an important trust, and to feel that I violated that with someone, that the sexual stuff, for, you know, it's the trust. That's the hard part for me. Okay, because
Right.
that's the whole thing. Sorry.
No, you're okay.
To break someone's trust, that irritates me. Okay, sorry.
No, you're fine.
You can't. What I always tell people is, you can't get that bad. You know what I mean? That's the way it is. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, you know, it's done, and that's me. I just, I don't know. You honor that. You respect that. That is the vital thing. Okay, and somehow or other that hurts. That hurts. You know, I don't know. Okay, but sorry.
No, you're perfectly fine. I'm sure if I put myself in your shoes, I mean, it's weighing pretty heavy on you all the way around for a multitude of reasons.
Right.
So there's a couple things that I want to do here. Obviously, I want to get the videos because it does illustrate what she and you are both saying happened, right?
Okay.
There are only a few minor places where you guys kind of split the road there. Everything you're telling me is everything she told me. So it's not like she's telling me anything else, okay? So what you're saying that you would have done is what she's saying you did.
Okay.
Again, what we're looking at is maybe perceptions, misperceptions, that she felt that she didn't know what was coming or what was going to be done for explanation purposes. And again, this is what, you know, she's saying.
Right, I totally understand.
But what she's saying happened is exactly what you're saying happened.
Yeah, because I talk to my patients all the time. That's why I make, you can see the videos. I have a whole website of education. You know, I mean, it's Gymnastics Doctor Facebook, Gymnastics Doctor YouTube, gymnasticsdoctor.com. It's all about education. It's all, that's, my company's Gymnastics Doctor, the sports medicine professor. You know what I mean? It's like, that's what I'm known for. You know what I mean? As a physician, I've been the National Contributor of the Year for the sport of gymnastics 5 times. Not even a coach has been Contributor of the Year 5 times.
Right. I didn't know who you were until I started looking you up, obviously, to see who you were and what you're about.
But when you have that, do you understand the trust that people have to have on you to that's what hurts, because that's sacred to me. That's sacred.
And so with you saying that, so I think that's part of why she is so upset, right? Because she puts that trust in your hands,
And
right?
that's I'm like, how did that trust get? That's what hurts, is how did I violate that trust? And that's, what did I say wrong? What did I do wrong? Why did I breach it? Because, was I trying to get into her space, like talking to her about her social life, her family life? Because I do that a lot, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'd say that's, I'm not going to say it's irrelevant, because obviously she was a little concerned about the like on the Instagram picture. So I don't want to say it's irrelevant.
So she did say that. So that's weird, because that was the, I mean? Like, I mean, they're all, it's, you can, I don't know if you can pull my Instagram records. I have like 1,000 pictures. I just go through and, like, so, because that's what I see.
I just go through them and like all the girls, all my patients, all my young underage gymnastic patients that I am fully in charge of and have special medical privileges to and trust, because they're professionals, because they're athletes. You think a regular doctor's going to know what to do and how to sort out their pelvic floor? That's why they call me.
With Instagram and Facebook and stuff, is there's a lot of injury stuff, you know what I mean? And that's what, okay, who's wearing the boot, anyways, it's a total different process for me, okay? So it's not, it wasn't even her, I don't even know if she was in the picture, to me, like an Instagram picture, why would, that's why I keep going to, like,
Relevant, because it is relevant.
Yeah.
But I think the reason why she was concerned about it is coming off of what she felt happened.
Yeah, but that tells me that, anyways, I'm like, okay, I'm looking at what's behind the curtain, what other issues did I open up Pandora's box for her? Was she stalked before?
What's behind the curtain? I mean, this is a Wizard of Oz reference. Is he the Wizard of Oz?
She had, what other issues are there that she may have had that I infringed upon, that she has built up walls for? Whether it's, I don't want people in my space, you know what I mean? Like I don't want people in my space, whether it's physical space, mental space.
Yeah, I know the next detective's going to be a bit better, Brian. A totally different set of parameters he's got to work out. So he could get a job post-retirement. Yeah, systemic fucking... These things go on and on and on. People turn a blind eye, don't they? Look at the BBC in England. Oh.
To get connected with, I don't know, because that's what I do. That's how I try to connect, because I need to. It's just the way that I work, you know what I mean? And that's why my patients love me. I mean, that's why I like us, because I talk to them, I listen, and we share stories, and you know what I mean? And I just, I don't have to go to work. I get to go to work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so it just rocks my world.
Hey, who wants to see the pizza? Anybody want to see the pizza? Let's see if we can pull that up right now. Oh, there's fake Ben, or real Ben. We don't know. Where's the pizza? Here we go. Here we go. What about that? Does that look any good? You want a close-up? We can do a close-up. Zoom right into a slice. Oh, the other one looks better. The color's off there. That looks better, doesn't it? About as well as you can photograph pizza. I mean, you know.
So that would be...
Good choice. Good choice to the 69% who voted for pizza over burger and fries. Tune in tomorrow to see what the burger and fries looks like. I think we're going to do that all week. That way we'll have more time to work when we're not cooking.
Really helpful if you can rack your brain a little bit
Right, sure.
to get any amount of details from this specific one, because she is saying that there was that communication there, right? So does it feel good? Does it hurt? Is it
Look at Jim Lewis. He's like, oh, a veggie, huh? He's all excited. I mean, does that not look like chorizo to you? I mean, what do you think the meat is? He's made this judgment about me, hasn't he? That I'm a leftist and a vegan. I'm a vegan. I don't eat fruit unless it has already fallen from the tree. We consider picking apples to be murder. Worse than murder, because apples can't run away.
better? So the part that,
Look at the way Larry is sitting now, like this, what is that? You know, I'm in trouble.
breast part, she's thinking, well, your whole hand is on her breast. She felt that that communication wasn't there as to why your whole hand would be on her breast.
Right.
The way you're explaining to me and you're showing to me, I perfectly understand it, right? What she's saying is that there wasn't that communication there as far as what was going to come next, what was going to happen. So she's not understanding, okay, I can understand half a hand on my breast, on my shoulder, but I'm not understanding why his whole hand.
And I don't even know if my whole hand was or not, you know what I mean? But I know that if I'm on those ribs, I'm going to be around that whole breast issue. There is no question about it, you know what I mean? So, yeah, but like I said, it was, to me, a pushing, a releasing. If I was doing that, it's not a caressing, a grabbing, groping. You know what I mean? It's a releasing. It's a different form of touch. And that's the part that bothers me. Is like, how did she get a different perception of the trust, the trust of the touch? You know what I mean? It's like, wait a second. You know what I mean? Because it's like, poof, there goes that lecture out the wall. It's like, because I always tell people sense a different type of touch. You know what I mean? Like, and so, that's, so I should be able to be on her breast, but have a medical on breast. Okay, you see what I'm saying?
Yep, I understand.
Okay, so yeah, I was probably on her breast. Okay, there would have been a reason for it, and it wouldn't have been a groping reason. And that's the part. I'm like, how did that get lost?
Right, so then the same thing for her vaginal area is that, I think it sounds like Dr. Coleman had explained to her, hey, he teaches this procedure, his hand will be in the crotch area. I don't know that he specifically used the word crotch, but that's the word she used. Obviously, probably the doctor, he didn't use the word crotch, but that's what she's saying. So she said that that is, a standard procedure you guys follow, that you've trained the office how to do that, you've trained other people how to do that. So what her concern was is that she did not know that your hand was going to go inside her underwear.
Right, to move the underwear out of the way.
Right, which I saw in those videos.
By the way, I would presume that if you are having a medical treatment where a doctor needs to touch the vagina, that you take your underwear off. You don't go to the gynecologist and have them pull your panties aside, do you? I mean, what do I know? But I don't think so.
It was very clearly.
Right. So that's why I'm like, okay, that's where, if I didn't prep her properly, that's where I'm like, okay, then why would, I can't, all I know is that I'm talking to her through it, and if I did it, because I can't say whether I did or not, because I can't remember. I mean, it's just reality. It's like, I would have explained stuff to her, okay? And so, if I didn't, it was a screw up on my part for not, and I don't know why I didn't, okay, if I didn't, okay? But that's because that's SOP. It's like, just do it. You talk to the patient, you tell them what you're doing, you do it. You know what I mean? If I didn't.
Larry Nassar probably looks down on gynecologists, like, they wouldn't know the first thing about a vagina. Not a gymnast vagina. That's why they need him. That's why they need his special. It's 2 years extra of medical school to get to this level.
Didn't say it. If
Plus
she
27 years on the job.
Did she miss it? I don't know. Did she not understand what I was saying? Like, this is what I'm going to do, and it didn't compute to her? That's possible too. In other words, like, did I say, okay, I'm going to do this, and it didn't register?
He kind of talks about them like they're cattle, doesn't he? Like they're just in and out. What didn't get through? What didn't she? Did she miss it? Did she miss the warning when I told her what I was going to do? Did she just miss it? Was she just daydreaming?
To her what I was going to do. I don't know. Okay?
Larry, it's 100% your responsibility as the doctor to make sure that they are not uncomfortable and that they do have preparation.
Or did I try and explain stuff the time prior, if this was a second visit? Because a lot of times I'll explain stuff the first visit and then just assume, okay, explained it the first time type of deal, okay? But the kinetic chain, I always talk about a kinetic chain, that's like I'll show it on the videos, from your ponytail to your heel, whatever. But
Yeah, Nikki Love, I had to put this Jim Lewis guy in a timeout. I put him in a 30-minute timeout. Usually I just delete them and block them from the channel. But I think Jim Lewis can turn it around. Maybe he'll come back a changed man, ready to contribute in a meaningful and productive and generous way. Maybe he'll buy us a coffee on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. If he doesn't like that, maybe he would go to PayPal and support the channel there at paypal.me/truecrimemetrics. Or maybe he'll just fuck off and not come back because he's in a mood now.
Process of doing what I'm doing is second nature. So did I, for whatever reason, do it with thinking that I did say, that I could say, yeah, okay, that's a possibility,
Okay.
that I thought I had said it and
Yeah, it's a possibility that I thought I warned her what I was going to do in this intimate treatment. I thought I told her about my intimate treatment and that my fingers would be in her. But, I guess it's possible that I didn't. I might have forgotten. I see so many. This is what I do. I lecture on this.
didn't, okay, because when something's routine, it becomes routine, okay? And so did I...
Yeah, when your molestation is just routine, when it's just built into your calendar, your day, your general day, breakfast molest, lunch molest, dinner molest, go home, look at pictures of molestation, and then come back to work and do it all over again. When it's routine like that, I don't know if I warned her about the abuse.
Did I fuck up and not say it, okay? Well, obviously in her opinion, yeah, okay? Or did I say it and she didn't hear it, okay? In other words, what I was saying, A, B, C, she heard D, E, D, E, F, okay? Because it's interpretation, you know what I mean? So what I thought was being said was not what she was hearing.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. TREATMENT. She might have heard MOLES. No. MOLESTATION. Right? It's just a jumble, a word jumble. And
That's
her
legit
fault.
too, you know what I mean? But if it doesn't, to me, it doesn't matter. What matters is how she felt, you know what I mean? So whether so maybe legally it makes a difference, I don't know. But the bottom line is she felt violated, and that's my issue.
Jim will be back. Jim will be back. He's probably just gone off somewhere to read his Bible, tugging at the scriptures. We all should, right? We all should. I like to start on the last chapter.
Issue that I got to figure out why, because I explain things. I'm constantly in communication with my patients, and it obviously wasn't in a way that it affected her. Okay, it obviously wasn't in a way that she understood. Okay,
Right.
so however it was that I explained to her, it didn't compute to her. Okay, and that's an issue. That's why I'm saying that everything has to change, because I need more safeguards. You know, if it has to become too routine for me that I can start making mistakes by being too routine. That's an issue.
Did you hear what he just said then? You're gonna need more safeguards. He's actually putting the responsibility that he can get away with this on the police. It's not my fault. You're going to need more to stop a guy like me that's compulsive. You're going to need more safeguards, because I love looking for ways around the safeguards. You're going to need more if you were going to want to catch me.
That's right. I got to, okay, what else can I do then? It's like, throw some cold water on me. Wake up, Larry. You know what I mean? You got too routine. I got too comfortable with it. You know what I mean, or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? But it's a huge wake up call. Okay, and I need to. It's my clinic will never be the same again. It's bottom line. And it's going to suck, because I like being able to. So I got to figure out how I still can be a mentor. I got to still figure out how I can still be able to connect with the patient, talk with the patients, and work through, because so much of it is mental, and you can sense that, you know what I mean, and work through that. And when I'm working on the patient, I'm also trying to establish that relationship to work through the mental part of the component of the stress too, and so it would take a lot of the doctor-patient relationship, whatever, that's too cold for me. It's like, it would take a lot of the essence out of what I do. But I got tough, you know what I mean? I can't have this happen, because the drawing, to me, the absolute line is this trust line, and I can't let that be breached again. You know what I mean? That hurts. That really hurts. And that's where I'm like, okay, you know what I mean? You gotta change.
What a load of bullshit. Yeah. That's what hurts me, when the trust line, when she actually thinks that I was trying to hurt her, or I was trying to look after my own selfish, sick needs. That's what hurts, when there's even an idea of that I would do that. That's what really hurts.
Because you can't have that happen, even if it's by accidents, of course, but you don't want it to even happen by accident.
Right.
So.
Because I think maybe, some of this could have been avoided.
Well, I gotta have now, like, okay, hindsight 50-50 or whatever, I should have asked her better to explain. Well, yeah, that's what I keep going through. How did I not explain it to her better? How did I not? A lot of that could have been avoided if I would have perceived something that she was uncomfortable, of course, you know what I mean? And also that she didn't understand what I was doing. I'm like, those are two huge things. It's like, how could you not understand that she didn't understand? How could you not understand that she was feeling uncomfortable? What?
And that is what it boils down to.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's like, what the frick, I mean, like, what, and but it's so, because it's like, that's not good, that's bad, okay, that's very bad, and you gotta, it's like, but does that make it a legal issue, or does that make it like you said, the medical people, I mean, it's like, so okay, I need to have better written consents, like I've already drawn up a draft. If you feel that, during your office visit today, a medical student, a nurse, a MA, a resident, a fellow, and a physician assistant all may be in the room with you, and all may touch you, and if at any point during that time that you feel that you don't understand what's going on, or that you feel that they're touching you inappropriately, please stop and let the person know, type deal. That's like a paragraph that I came up with, like, okay, do I need to have that on every single one of my things, like said to them, by the MA, when they get their heart blood pressure done, that needs to be in there. But beyond that, it's got to be, okay, if I'm doing any of these techniques now, it's expensive, it's cost prohibitive, but do I have to, like, if I don't have a rotator in with me, do I have to go get a rotator, do I have to go get a nurse, do I have to pull someone out, and so that's there now, that's done, it's like, okay, that part is guaranteed. It's like, if I'm doing these techniques, there's someone else in the room. That's done. So that's like, okay, I can't skip, it's a cost. It's a cost thing for having someone else in the room.
Right.
So, but tough. It's worth the extra expense to go through what the hell I'm living right now.
So again, in law enforcement, you're witness, right?
Well, that's what I mean. It's like, it's basically to double check you or whatever, because, like, if I'm slipping up, then the other person will be.
What did the cop just say? Yeah, it's a cost thing.
House in the room.
Right.
So, but tough. It's worth the extra expense to go through what the hell I'm living right now.
So again, in law enforcement, you're witness, right?
Well, that's what I mean.
What was that?
But tough. It's worth the extra expense to go through what the hell I'm living right now.
So again, in law enforcement, you're witness, right?
I didn't get it. Does anyone get that?
So that's like, okay, I can't skip, it's a cost. It's a cost thing for having someone else in the room.
Right.
So, but tough. It's worth the extra expense to go through what the hell I'm living right now.
So again, in law enforcement, you're witness, right?
Well, that's what I mean. It's like, it's basically to double check you or whatever, because, like, if I'm slipping up, then the other person at least is there to say, hey, Dr. Nassar, she looks uncomfortable, or hey, Dr. Nassar, I don't get her, but most of the time I'm, explaining to the resident what I'm doing too, or a medical student. It could have been a medical student, I don't know.
And I obviously don't have that information right now. Okay.
It could have been a fellow, fellows doing a year-long rotation, so there's medical students.
I definitely want to know more about these fellows. Who are these fellows? It could have been a fellow who was watching me abuse the child. God knows what they get out to. They've probably got secret handshakes and all sorts of stuff.
So she wants to go into medicine, and so anyway, so she's coming in and spending a week with me to just observe and go through. So I have how high school students do that, job shadow type stuff, So I have high school students in there a lot, so that's what it is.
So what is Dr. Coven, like, where's he at on this whole thing, or what has he said?
We had that conversation, but that's what he said. It's like, that he told her that when they had their conversation, he said, there he does this is what he explains, and that it was totally medical, and and that, but he said, because you complained, we don't, because of what happened at Penn State, that's what the dean said too, because of what happened at Penn State, we're not sitting on this stuff, and I said, I encourage it, because we don't want that, and that's why I'm like, yeah, Jeff, you did the right thing. I don't feel any anguish towards him, or, like I said, I voluntarily, boom, that's fine, because I don't want any, curtains, It's like, no, there's nothing for me to have a curtain about, okay? Because it's there, you talk to any of the other doctors and stuff, it's like, It's like, I'm doing the same stuff, and that's why it's like, I'm sorry.
No, like I said, the more you talk, the better, so you don't have to apologize.
But I'm just trying to explain, I guess, it's there. I'm sure there's nothing my hand placements are my hand placements are my hand placements are my hand placements. Whether she was 10 years old or whether she was 84 years old. I mean, I've got a singer, a jazz singer. But anyways, you know, and it doesn't, it's the same.
You know something? With the nature, with the nature of his alibi, his excuse, his overall alibi, you know, this is a medical procedure. I lecture other doctors in how to do this with graphic video demonstrations and computer-generated graphics, motion graphics, showing how the pelvic floor connects with the rib thing and whatever. And there's always someone in the room, parents are in the room, everything is explained, we do a procedure. With the nature of all of that as his kind of blanket alibi to this is not abuse, I would have thought that, you know, it would be quite easy to represent that as your alibi in a way that was a lot more convincing than this. He just seems so desperate. He's just like a lot of nervous energy. Alarm bells in his stonewash shorts, above the knee shorts, on a 50-year-old man?
You know what I mean? It's the same, and you're in their private areas. That's why it's got to be trust. And that's the sacred thing to me, is the trust. And that's what I can't get over. That hurts, and that's what I can't get over. Okay, is that how did I violate someone's trust? And that whatever. I'm sorry, but that's.
It's actually not wrong what he just said, isn't it? That's the sacred thing to me. That's the trust. The trust that these idiot children will actually believe that what I'm doing to them is for medical reasons. The trust that I get to enjoy from my position, from operating in this you know, system of Olympian athletes. The way I've carved my operations to just intertwine with everything about this that gives me a position of trust as a doctor. That's the what did he call it? The Holy Grail. What did he call it? That's the.
Yes, singer. But anyways, you know, and it doesn't. It's the same.
Sacred.
You know what I mean? It's the same, and you're in their private areas. That's why it's got to be trust. And that's the sacred thing to me, is the trust. And that's what I can't get over. That hurts, and that's what I can't get over. Okay, is that how did I violate someone's trust? And that whatever. I'm sorry, but that's. You want to go there again? Okay.
So, you know, where we're at now is that if you can send me those videos.
Right, I got the Dropbox.
Okay.
Okay. You sent me an email, you said, right? So
yeah.
This is the dangerous thing for people that I don't know what to call it. Go way too far in the lake of depravity. You know? Because they start thinking, well, this guy was abusing all these young people, right? Children, some of them as young as 10, younger maybe, for years. But if he could do that for years with no risk of getting, you know, he became so safe within it that the kind of challenge or the risk factor goes away. It becomes mundane. You know, what are you going to do? Well, I'm going to walk into my doctor's office and molest a child again, you know? The thrill might die out possibly, you can imagine. So he needs to extend the risk factor and start doing it with people in the room. He needs to start doing it without warning them or without bothering to manipulate them first, and just stretch the boundaries, you know, a bit like Russell Williams did when he gravitated from breaking and entering to sexual assault to violent rape to murder to must be murder. Probably because Marie France Como was just wanted to fight him, so he had to kill her, and then that became the new baseline. The minimum that he had to do on his missions to get his fix was rape and murder. And then Jessica, damn it, what was her name? Marie France Como and Jessica Lloyd. Jessica Lloyd. May she rest in peace. Yeah, so this guy just extended his minimum reach for risk fix, which is a good way to get caught. It's probably grappling with this. How do I be really risky but also not get caught? But I need to know that I could get caught, otherwise I don't have the risk factor. So if this USA Gymnastics Association is so trusting of me, if all the parents think I'm golden and everything, then there's no risk. I can do anything I want, so there's no risk, right?
Because I have to send you that link.
Just prior to calling you, so,
Okay, so it's on- Okay.
so check that one, you'll have an email from me.
Okay. Do you have a card just in
I
case?
do, yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that.
And this has my office number that I called you from,
Okay.
and then it also has my email on there.
Okay.
And if you could send those to me, that would be great.
Oh yeah, I'll send that tonight. Get some popcorn.
What, you know, from what you're showing me and explaining is what she is telling me happened.
Okay.
You know, the difficult part of weeding through this, obviously, is right now it's titled as a sexual assault report.
Yeah, that hurts, but that, yeah.
Because that's what she's reporting, right? So right now, obviously, technically, you're the suspect
Right.
in that sexual assault report. It's under investigation, though.
Okay.
So we want to find out what did happen.
Right.
That's the whole purpose
Right,
of a
right,
police
right.
investigation. You know, it's not to jump to conclusions, it's not to take sides, it's to find out what
Right.
specifically happened.
Right.
So in seeing what you showed me here today and what you're going to send me, the
Right.
one option that may be available to us, and I
Sure,
need
sure.
to talk to her first, is a polygraph examination.
Sure.
And a lot of people have a misnomer that they think that's a lie detector test, and it's not. It shows both. It shows whether you're being honest, and it shows or whether you're being dishonest.
Okay.
It appears to me that you're telling me the truth sitting across me, unless you know you're a great bullshitter, and you know you pulled the curtains over my eyes this whole time. But in combination with what I'm seeing here today,
Does she believe that? I mean, she does end up letting him walk out the room, so you got to say, where did her scrutiny go? I don't think I'd have been satisfied with this explanation, but you got to think that just the weight of, we're doctors, okay? He goes to big keynote addresses and speaks to rooms full of doctors that do know what a electronic medical record is, and that can look up stuff that only doctors would know. And they don't think he's doing sexual assault, so it carries a lot of weight, doesn't it? When you're what do you even call it? A certified subject matter expert, a medical professional with all that training and jargon and knowledge. It can be I don't know if intimidating. You know, it's hard to know, isn't it? If you don't have anywhere near that training, how would you know? I'd want to interview some other doctors. I'd want to interview some doctors that had seen his lectures and say, what do you think about this? Is this real? Is this for real? Is this medical? Does this look medical? Could it be medical? He was a bit weird when he came in here. What do you think? Is he a child molester or what?
You know, I feel like you're telling me the truth. I mean, you're coming in here voluntarily, you're wanting to clear your name, and that's what a polygraph can be used for also, is to clear your name.
Whatever is needed.
So it's not, the TV show calls it a, I hate TV shows. You probably hate medical TV shows, right? Just like I hate law enforcement TV shows. You know, 3/4 of the stuff isn't true. So it can clear people also.
Right.
So if you're sitting here and you're being truthful with me today, and everything you've said is the truth today, in combination with these.
Why does she hate law enforcement shows? NYPD Blue. What else is there? Law and Order or CSI. Well, that's shit. But what was that one that was in LA? With that guy. What was that? What was that? That was a good show, man. That was a good show. I want to watch that again. What's that cop show that's in LA? Cop show in LA. It was Southland. That was a good show. Has anybody seen Southland? There's loads of good law enforcement shows. I mean, as far as shows go, that's probably the best genre. What else is there? You don't see shows about the firemen, do you? Nothing. Corbin Burnson? What does that mean? Is that an actor? I don't know. End of Watch. That was a good movie. End of Watch.
These videos, what that would show is that you did it for medical purposes, not for any other purposes, right?
Exactly.
I've been investigating sexual assaults for the last 8 years. I have not run a polygraph like this, where it would be medical versus, say, a sexual assault.
Okay.
I would need to consult with her first to make sure that that's something we can do. So I don't want to say, hey, you know, let's do that. I want to consult with her first to make sure that that would be a viable option for us.
Okay.
I would like that to be a viable option just because, again, you know, I hope you didn't sit across the table from me and, you know,
Right. No,
because then that would help clear you. And again, the police investigation is to find out what happened, right?
Right.
And it's not to say that she had any ill intent for filing a report,
Right.
but when we're talking about, again, communication,
Right.
what her perception is,
Right.
and this is the way she's feeling,
Right.
which is what resulted in this report, right?
Right.
So that can help on our end, from the police end, help clear up.
Right.
And right now there is just some real fine delineation between the two of you.
Okay.
But I need to consult with her just because, like I said, I haven't
That's fine.
ran a polygraph like that before.
Right.
And so if that's something that you'd be willing to do, and she says that that's a viable option, then what we can do is get some dates and times.
Right.
If it is viable, then generally those run at 9 a.m. or 1 p.m. We can do it any day of the week.
Right.
And she explains everything, you know.
Right. Would she benefit from seeing that stuff?
So she probably won't need to see that stuff. She will get a copy of my report. So
Okay.
I just met with the complainant earlier today. I haven't even had a chance to pull the complaint number, type the report. I just thought I'd try and reach out to you and see if I could talk to you today. See how I just talked to her. That's normally helpful. So what I'll do is I'll pull a complaint number. I will give you the complaint number so you know what that is. I've got to obviously type up the whole entire report.
Right.
I'll talk to her tomorrow to see if she thinks that that would be something that she could run a test on.
Okay.
And then that way that'll help show that, hey, you're being honest sitting across from me from the table today, in corroboration, like I said, with what I'm seeing in these videos,
Right.
that you didn't do anything criminally
I
wrong.
hope to God not, because then I've been spreading criminal. You know what I mean? I've been telling people to go commit crimes then right and left. You know, because like I said, it's not just Larry's, you know, world. It's around the world.
It's not just Larry's world, it's around the world. Larry's world. We don't want to fucking know about Larry's world. How you doing, Patricia? Good to see you. Jim Lewis, yeah, you're not timed out now, but that can all change again. It's up to you. It's about how mature you behave. Whether you want to be nice or whether you want to be a dick.
Right. Which obviously I can see that from there.
Yeah, and that's what I pride myself in, is educating and talking to people, and it's just gone. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, we call it you get knocked off your pedestal or something like that. You think that, you know, here I am, the person that lectures all over, here I am, the doctor of the whole thing, you know what I mean? And
Be sure to tell it to St. Peter on your way up.
Turned your world
That's not
upside
a
down.
good-
well, yeah, it's like, okay, reality check, you know, one person that, you know, and it's all gone. And it's like,
I'm just kidding. I know Peter. We went to college together, shared a dorm. Tell him hi from me, will you? Say Metrix thinks Pete is great.
so I have to reconfigure and say, I can't, my life, you know, my wife, my kids, you know, my work that I built so hard on ain't worth, it's hard for me to say this, to try, because my life is about helping other people, but if this technique is going to create someone to have that issue, is it worth it for me to put my butt out on the line like that? And
Listen to this tactic. I want to help people, but if in my efforts to help people like this are going to get the wrong end of the stick and create this confusion, is it really worth my time? You know, do you want my support or not? Because if you do, you better find a way to get all these little bitches to shut the fuck up, okay? Because I don't need to be having allegations every week, having to come in here and show you videos of my abuse. It's too many hours out of my day. Do you have any idea how many gymnasts I could have abused while I've been sat here talking to you? And even though I am abusing you in my mind, detective, because you look kind of young, it's still not as good as getting to do the real thing to, 8 or 9 girls in the time that I've been talking to you. So listen, if you want my help, if the gymnasts of America want my help, we got to make a way to find a way. We got to find a way to make all these little fucking bitches shut their mouths, stop complaining about my abuse, and just, you know, zip it.
it's from what I've been feeling, it ain't. You know what I mean? It's like, okay.
And also, I want to choose 6 of them to come and live with me in my house. And I want that rotating weekly, completely at my disposal. That's what we can do to help the gymnasts. So I've got to do treatments around the clock.
Larry, you do a lot of work, you know what I mean? Like I do a lot of free work, and, you know, I mean, I just, you know, with autism and the community, a lot of community stuff, but it's like, so, you know, do you need to take a step back and say,
I was with St. Peter up in Broward, and he told me everything. Beard or badge?
you know, okay, you need
I still think that's a great name for the movie. Just Beard or Badge.
to protect yourself more. You know, it's I don't like that thought process, but it's reality. It's now, it's sitting here, it's reality, you know what I mean? So do I need to change who I am to protect myself better? I might not like myself as much, but, you know, I'll get through it, you know, but I still want to be able to get up and say, I get to go to work. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I don't want to have to change my work so that I have to say I have to go to work. You know what I mean? So that's going to be the hard part for me, is to figure out how to make these adjustments.
Wow, listen to what he's saying here. I still have a job where I can molest children all day, and no one bats an eye. So I want to go to work. Now, if I can't do that, I don't want to change my life into a position where I have to say I have to go to work. Basically, I'm not going to come here unless I can have everything my own way at all times, including the 8 girls that I select to live with me, rotating weekly. Unbelievable. Do you want me to keep doing? Do you want me to withdraw my services? Is that what you want, USA Gymnastics? After all of those gold medals, all of those gold medals, you think you would have had those without me? You wouldn't have had half of those medals without me. Not half. Think about it. I want a Coco Bolo desk.
Investments to, and the simple thing is, it's going to cost. The simple thing is, someone else.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I want a raise. Big raise. With benefits. Including dental. That's what I want. And a Coco Bolo desk.
That's a simple thing. You know what I mean? And tough, just the way it is. You know what I mean? So that if it's going to cost us more money to have that in, then it's going to cost us more money. You know what I mean? Because it's going to take off from the staff. You know, so, and that's just tough. But that's.
So did they change anything or put any measures in place? So when you first were contacted, you know, obviously I think there was like a few weeks in between.
Yeah. So you know, when Jeff said that, we weren't really sure if it was going anywhere or not. You know what I mean? So we started talking. I think Jeff had started talking to Vicky, you know, our office manager. You know, okay, you know, we're definitely going to have to change things. We're going to, you know, have to, you know, have doors open or nurses or stuff. You know, so there was some discussion about it, but not much. You know what I mean? Because of the fact that we weren't sure where it was going to, but it didn't matter. To me, it was already, what am I going to do? You know what I mean? So it was already in my ballpark, like, okay, you know, I started leaving doors open and stuff, and I'm like, boy, it's noisy, it's hard to, you know, it's hard to, and there's HIPAA violations with doors open too, you know, so it's like, okay, you know, from that day on, I personally have been adapting to try and make changes, and the only thing that I have found is, do I need to have a person in the room? You know what I mean? That's just cost. Or do I just stop it? You know what I mean? And just like, but it helps so many people. So I think I'm going to be more judicious as to who so that way I don't have to have someone.
Listen, detective, God gave me a gift. And that gift was to help the United States of America win every Olympian gymnastic award that there is. That's what he wanted me to do. And I've been sent by the Lord to bestow my gift upon these vessels of championship. Now, do I need to have someone in the room, or I mean, I could just stop doing it altogether. Is that would that make everyone happy if I just took my services elsewhere? Maybe to the competition, maybe to Russia, China, Great Britain. No, they'd probably shit all over them, but yeah, who else? Who else would America hate to lose to? The French. You want me to take my skills to France? You know what? You want to see what I can do with those snail-eating, baguette-chomping, frog leg chomping surrender monkeys. Yeah. Well, they won't be surrendering any gold medals, that's for sure. That was my skills.
As often, you know, because I'm spending long time. Since 30 minutes, when was the last time a doctor spent 30 minutes to 60 minutes with you?
Never.
Okay. Would you appreciate that from a doctor who's talking to you, I mean, like, I'm telling you, it's a standard that I guess I put myself, like I said, I just got knocked off my standard, you know, because everyone else was 15, 20 minutes, you know what I mean? And I've been able to do this and make it work, but you know what? I can be, I don't want to be like everyone else, but it's my wrestling, you know what I mean? That's how I got to figure out how I can protect myself and not have this happen again, because I obviously cannot rely upon my sense of what the other person is feeling. You know what I mean? Because that just got blown out of the water. Okay? That's like, you know, it's gone. I can't get that back. I can't say that, you know,
Even
in
with
lectures
his
even,
credentials.
you know,
Even with his credentials and all the fucking, yeah, you want to see my medical card? You want to see my blah, 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 blah? Did you know that I lecture on this in Sydney Opera House? At the conference? Aside from all that, I wouldn't believe this guy. He's doing way too much transparent manipulation. Like what you see family members do, you know? That really isn't. If you don't buy into it at all, then you see right through it instantly. And the person that it's working on, you see them not seeing it. Right? This sort of thing that kids do, like what do they say? They say, yeah, no, I could take a taxi back home, but that would involve standing out in the street alone at night when all my friends are staying up there in the hotel. Yeah, God, I hope nothing happens to me. I hope I don't get mugged or made to smoke crack. Yeah, what if they make me smoke crack on the street while I'm waiting for that cab to come home? Surely you'd prefer me to just stay in the hotel with my friends.
Sensation of, you know, the palpation versus all that stuff. I mean, it's gone. It just got proven wrong. You know what I mean? Right there, bottom.
Which is true.
You know, so it's.
I haven't got a hymen
It'll
actually.
never be the same. I don't know how else to say it. It'll just never be the same.
Okay.
You know, so that's my wrestling match, and that's where the university is going to have to. You know, it's not just me. It's going to open Pandora's box because all of our docs are in the rooms by themselves. You know what I mean? And so,
Right.
You know, and at any.
Yeah. Do you want that? That's going to be a big reshuffle. Probably going to cost the hospital a lot of money. To have to retrain, and then we'll lose the Olympics. That's out of the water. It's going to crush the dreams of all these young girls. Oh, no. If only we could just find a way to pay her off. We'll just send her some money. Get her to sign something. Get her to sign a waiver that I may touch her any way I want and that she's my property and I own her. Let's get her to sign something that says that.
At any point when you're in the room and you got another person in the room, it doesn't, you could be checking their shoulder and they could say, you know, oh, you touched my breast, whatever, and it could be the orthopedic surgeon and there's no one else in the room. How do you corroborate it? So it's like, okay, so it's not just me. It's like, how's this going to affect the whole thing? You know what I mean?
Which is very true, which will be part of the university's investigation, obviously,
Right.
and what they look at, like you said, from the whole university picture.
Right.
So that is what Christine Moore from the Office for Inclusion, she'll be in contact with you from their office.
Okay.
I asked her not to contact you until I could talk to you because
Okay.
I obviously, as a law enforcement agency, I like to trump the administrative investigation, so to speak. They understand that, you know.
Right.
I talk to them about that all the time, so it's nothing.
That's fine.
So what I tell them is I always like to talk to the parties involved before they do. So I will let her know that I have talked to you.
Okay.
So she would be reaching out to you. I'm not sure exactly when, but she'd be reaching out to you. Their investigation is very similar to our criminal investigation,
Okay.
where they would talk to any possible witnesses. They'll talk to you, obviously. You know, they compile a report. But then in addition to that, like you said, they look at, from the university scope of things, how things should maybe be handled differently.
Right.
And so we, even though we work for the university, we just handle the criminal end of things. So the reason we're investigating this is because you're in the leased office that MSU has that is basically contiguous to our campus.
Right.
And so that's how that gives us the jurisdiction here, as opposed to Meridian Township, where technically your building sits.
Okay.
So if you had any questions about that, that's why we're investigating it.
Okay.
What questions do you have for me?
Right now, it's like, do you know how long it will be or what, I'm just trying to figure out what's our next step, how long am I,
Yeah, when can I
the
get back
waiting
in?
is tough on me, you know what I mean?
Right.
I gotta get back in. It's been an hour since I molested anyone. And I'm getting cravings.
It really is, and that's why I'm like, man, I'm eager to talk, to do, so I don't know, that's...
Yeah, so I just gotta get in contact.
Or I could show you some more of my videos, because it really gives me a buzz when I'm being questioned about molestation, and I show a video to the detective of me abusing someone and acting like it's a medical practice.
With a couple people and talk to them that she's given me names of people to talk to. Basically people that she's talked to.
Right.
So I need to reach out to them. I'd like to try and get the medical records, obviously, because those sound like, according to you, those would be pretty helpful.
Right.
I also don't like to have these take a long period of time.
Right.
So, it'd be my goal that hopefully that it would just be maybe a few weeks.
Okay.
And then we could have the investigation completed.
Okay.
Obviously, that would be dependent to, okay, can we do the polygraph? When can we get the polygraph scheduled?
Right.
So for your 5.5 weeks, is that kind of, how was that time frame put in place? Or how did they come up with 5.5 weeks?
That was just the dean just said.
Okay, just
Go to
said, hey,
June 30th,
okay, so that ended June.
And I've got a week vacation that's in there, so...
That may be so, Patricia. Patricia says he's been building this narrative since he got his license. It just rolls off his tongue. But he's making some big errors. I mean, it seems to be working on this detective for the large part, for the most part. But he's he's misreading stuff about how people talk. He said, yeah, I can continue looking for that video while you talk at me. And then turned his head completely away from her, and she was talking. It was so weird. She was talking and he was just on the computer. Not even facing her direction. It was just, what? This looks strange, and it definitely looks strange to the detective. I mean, how could it not, right? There's his clothes. Why is he dressed like that? Why is he dressed like a 12-year-old boy going to the skate park? He looks like a fucking Sum 41. What was that band called? Alien Ant Farm. I don't know. That whole dodgy music thing. What was it called? New metal. New metal in the mosh pit with Larry Nassar. Do you know Fred Durst? Do you have a red New York Yankees ball cap that you wear backwards?
Well, I actually leave for vacation myself that week. Okay. So what my goal would be, bar any unforeseen circumstances, is that we have this wrapped up before you and I go on vacation. Okay? So, like I said, bar any unforeseen circumstances, I don't want to leave and go on vacation myself and still have...
Yeah, and maybe, Larry, we can just go on vacation together, Do you ski?
Some things to tidy up here. So, I guess if that helps, that would be my time frame.
That's good. That's good.
So I have a couple people that I need to talk to. I'd like to get her medical records, talk to our polygraph examiner about pitching in for a polygraph examination, so we can do that. And if you're available, basically her first available spot, we can get you in.
Right.
And then that would help also with the investigation.
Right.
Is there anyone that you think I should talk to, or that would be helpful to talk to? I'm going to talk to Dr. Covan, because obviously he spoke with her, he met with her.
Right.
He knows you, he knows the procedure, so I need to talk to him.
Right.
Is there anyone else that you think I should talk to?
I think Dr. Lemon, she's another one of our doctors.
Okay.
Dr. Lemon? You talk to Dr. Lemon. And while you're at it, talk to Dr. Strawberry. Or maybe it's the Reservoir Doctors. Dr. Lemon, Dr. Orange, Dr. Apple, Dr. Banana. Oh, not Dr. Banana. Send him back. Send him back. We don't want Dr. Banana. Dr. Grapefruit, Dr. Pineapple, Dr. Blueberry, and Mr. Pink.
So Brooke Lemon,
Brooke.
right, Brooke Lemon. She works with me with gymnastics and she's one of our office partners and stuff. And
Okay.
she knows these techniques, too, and she knows what's going on. I personally talked to her because she's like she's a colleague that, it's like she said, Larry, I watched you for 8 years. And I said, because I was worried about you getting yourself in trouble with that. He goes, and
Brian says, this is like one of those interrogations where the detective plays dumb to get you to talk more, except she's not playing. Yeah, it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe. I mean, and her posture seems to indicate that she's not buying his story, which is strange. Although I do believe that she came out and confirmed that she didn't think that he was guilty at this point.
she said, because she as a female, because she's a female, she might, that's why I'm thinking Brooke.
Okay.
Because she'd be a female doctor,
And you said, who is it that I could contact to find out who was in the room with you that day?
Vicky Curley.
Okay.
Right, Vicky, she's our office manager.
Is it C-U-R-L-Y?
R-L-E.
E-Y?
Vicky Curley, V, ends with an I.
Okay.
I think Vicky Curley, right. English is like a second language for me. I'm not very good at spelling.
So as we go along, if there is other people that you think I should talk to, or that would be...
That's what you want to hear from a doctor, isn't it? English is like a second language for me. I'm not very good at spelling. Oh, great. So here's the authority to write prescriptions. Now remember that Hippocratic Oath now, okay? Do no harm. First, do no harm.
Know what you like, doctors. What you that's why I'm not sure what you need.
Yeah, or basically anybody that may have information that would be relevant to this investigation. It sounds like the dean maybe just got information, kind of second, third hand, so to speak.
Right. I think it would be Dr. Dietzel, Dr. Coven, Dr. Lemon.
Okay.
That would be the appropriate, thing for that. So, Destiny, she's our athletic trainer.
Okay.
Destiny Teachner Hawk.
My pen in there.
Sorry. Destiny, she works with me in the training room. Okay. She doesn't know anything about this. Okay. So she's totally.
Then I may hold off.
Yeah. She doesn't know anything about this,
Okay.
but she's with me in the training room. She's like my voice. No, he's gonna put his hand on here. You know what I mean? So, because I work with the athletes there, and I do the same techniques with the athletes in the training room.
Okay.
And so she's always the one that say, all right, remember he's gonna do this. So she's always over my shoulder talking to the patient. It's because I only got like 15 minutes. There, so it's always a quicker thing. And so she knows my techniques, and she talks, so she helps with the education of the patients, from that to the athletes, you could say. We do this on guys too, in case that matters,
All right.
It's not like just on girls, there's basketball players that, with Covan and other track athletes, it doesn't, I mainly work with figure skaters and gym, but where I see the guys is mainly in the training room.
Okay.
And I've got a few guys that are in the clinic, but the vast majority are females because it's figure skating, gymnastics, and dance. That's my population.
Okay.
But yeah, and I've done this with guys and tape their bottoms too, and all that stuff too. So it's not just unisexual. Okay, but anyways, that would be the coverage, I guess. So. Yeah, so that if I'm just trying to think of where else people have seen me, so Brooke sees me with the athletes at twist stars at the gymnastics club, you know, and so
I wonder if she was told to drop the case by her superiors. No, I think she did a TED talk where she explained that she why she was misled or something. We'll find it all out as we go.
so I'm just trying to cover, okay, training room, you know,
Right.
high school, twist stars, you know, type deal. So, okay, but that it is what it is. I mean, I think that should cover it. I mean, because I don't know what you're looking for. You
Yeah,
know?
no, that sounds good. And then the only thing that I would ask of you is, you know, I know you've been thinking about this a lot,
Yeah.
but as you continue to think about it, if there's no details too small, so if there's anything that you remember, and you know, you went
The only
through.
thing, like I said, the only thing that I remember is that there was that.
There was that what? The only thing.
I
You
was
hate it when that happens?
hoping to. It's just me.
Especially in the middle of that sentence. The only thing that I remember at all was silence.
To okay, how can I get
How could this
how can I
happen?
help? You know what I mean? That's where I'm thinking, is that where I crossed the line, was because I had intent of trying to talk to her and how can I mentor her, and you know what's, you know, from, she's like, what do you want in your career, you know what I mean? It's like how can I be the mom? How can I, you know, like, so that's the only thing that I keep thinking of, is that was an intent that I had, was to, as a mentoring, you know. I mean, no, she didn't come here for that, you know. I mean, she came in for.
Yeah.
So I'm like, you know, so I'm like, what I think you had said something about her shoulders been hurting a long time. That's why I
Yep.
said shoulder. So, where I may have breached by doing something that was out of proportion was I purposefully was trying to get into a role of being able to mentor her. Okay, so by talking to her, you know what I mean, like building that relationship, and over 3-4 visits, you usually can develop a relationship like that, where people then, like, you know, gee, I want to be a doctor like you, and you know, can I rotate with you? Can I, you know what I mean? So, and so that's what I'm thinking of, was I off on that too much of a tangent, you know, where my focus was off a bit, where I was thinking of that part and wasn't paying attention to the details of explanations. Was I distracted from that? Was, you know, that I wanted to be the shining light to come in and say, you know, I helped your daughter. You know what I mean? That's and so I obviously royally flushed that, you know, but that was part of what that was the agenda, that you could say that was part of it, was not just the body, it's the mental component too.
So you're thinking, if I'm hearing you correctly, that there may have been a possibility that you were having conversation about other things while going through the manipulations of working on her body.
Right, and that's what that was. I know that exactly, I can't remember, okay, because it's been so long, right? I've seen once a week, then I can remember.
Right.
You know, but I remember that as a detail of thinking back, you know, that was an issue. So when I see an issue, I would have normally tried to mentor on that issue. Okay, so that's, again, it's nothing, I'm not singling her out. It's like, when I see an issue, I want to become a mentor. I want to be able to help the person from that standpoint too. Okay?
Right.
And so that's just, okay. So I don't know, that would be the details.
Yeah, and again, you know, sometimes as you're, and I'm sure you've thought about it a lot, but
Yeah.
as you continue to think
Okay.
about it, if there's anything that comes up, don't hesitate to get back in contact with me and let me know. What I will do, though, I will talk with our polygraph examiner tomorrow.
Okay.
So I'll be able to follow back up with you tomorrow.
Okay.
Unless
Right.
she's off. I don't think she's off.
Right, would I have to,
So we probably wouldn't do it tomorrow, so you don't have to worry about that. Continue on with your plans.
Okay.
What I will do, I will talk with her tomorrow if she's not off. I'm pretty sure she's here to see if it's something she thinks that we can do, because I will defer to her expertise.
Okay.
As far as whether she thinks that this is something that we can test on.
Okay.
And then what we would do is that I would give you a selection of dates and times that she has available, and then you can pick whatever date and time you want, right? Which would be good, right? We'll get you in here, get taken care of. And like I said, she runs those at 9 a.m. or 1 p.m. They're generally a few hours long. The reason for that is, again, from whatever you've seen on TV, that stuff's not true. The test is a very small portion of the polygraph examination. So what happens is she has to do very much like you'd have to do. She has to get to know you a little bit before she runs the test. Because you're only tested, obviously, against yourself, right? So basically, she has to see what your baseline levels are. Like, she will make you lie. Hey, what number do I have up here? You lie to it so she can see how you spike when you lie. And I'm using layman's terms. She will explain it to you in technical terms. So basically what happens is that she has you lie to something completely unrelated to this. She'll write a number up here and say, did you pick this number? She has you lie to that, so that way she says, okay, here's what your charts look like when you lie. She goes through the exact question she's going to ask you, so there's no surprises. You know exactly what questions she's going to test you on. There's 3 questions that would be relevant to this investigation. And what those questions would be for, or what I'm hoping she'll be able to test for, is again what we're looking at is medical touching for sexual assault touching, right? So she would form like 3 questions after talking with you, because she needs to get to know you and find out, hey, what makes you tick? What do you think is awful? And then she formulates the test questions from that, and then you go through a couple practice runs to make sure that you're charting okay. Or say, for example, you know, even if I were to sit in the chart and be a little bit nervous, she'll say, are the lights on? Yes. Kind of to bring your levels back down. But again, she'll go over that all in technical terms and explain it way better than I can. And then she'll run the test, that is the small portion of it. She normally has to run a couple tests to make sure that each chart is reflective of the other chart, that she's not getting abnormal readings or anything like that. And then you'll know right then, which you're sitting across from me today, you should know what the answer is going to be, right? You should know what the answer is going to be, that, hey, it's showing that he's honest.
Oh, yeah,
right?
I'm sorry, right.
Yeah, so there should be a question in your mind of what the outcome should be. Yep. And then I'll be available here too, because obviously it's my investigation. So we would meet afterwards. Well, basically when you show up, I'd come get you again. I'd walk you down and introduce you to her. She runs the test. I'm here throughout the whole thing though. And then after the test, I would meet with you again. And again, you know, you're saying, hey, here's what I did. Again, from what I'm seeing, you know, it seems like that's the case. And then,
but it just frustrates me. It like I said,
it affects you in a whole nother capacity.
Yeah. That's the whole thing. It's like this. It's whatever it takes. You know, let's get through it. But I just want to get through it because I got to figure out how to make amends. You know what I mean? It's like, how do you change your life? You know what I mean? So that you don't have this ever happen again. You know what I mean? And I've got to take it out of my hands. You know, and that's where it's, you know, it's going to cost money, and that's just the way it is. You know, and that's just tough. You know, but it's worth it to have someone else in the room, and that's, you know, as I keep talking, as we're talking, you know, that's the one thing. That's the one thing that we wouldn't be.
Wicked. Patricia Byrne says, True Crime Metrix, I've moved into the top floor of a high-rise in Wirral, and a furnished apartment on the first floor is for use for family and friends, and it's only £8 per night. So if you ever want it, wicked, we're coming to Wirral. Move to Scotland. What do you think, Soap? If we move to Scotland, we could stop off in Wirral on the way and say hello to Patricia.
Here right now, I think if that person didn't, because that's what you said, is when that person left the room is when she had that change of thought, and that's if that other patient would have been late, if you know, there's something like if that patient would have been late, if there was no other patient, you know, then if it was the last patient of the day or whatever, you know what I mean, if that person would have left the room, we wouldn't be here right now, you know.
Right, or we may just have to go talk to that person that would say, yep, hey, here's what I saw, right? So that's that would be quick and easy for us. And unfortunately, that's not where we're at. And so, you know, because it sounds everything she's concerned about obviously happened after that person left.
Right, yeah. Like I said, I wouldn't know, you know what I mean? Because I don't remember when the person left or what have you. I know that the person would have left, and if you said about 3/4 through, so my appointments are long, that makes sense. Because, you know, if they're...
A cheap room where you live, Brian, would be $75, what, per night? The fuck? How much is that a month? 75 times 30. $22.50. Wow. $2,250 a month. Shit, I thought I had it bad.
The person that's came into the room, been in the room 40 minutes or half an hour or whatever, you know what I mean? That makes sense, that they have been going to see another patient.
Okay.
You know, so that makes sense. You know what I mean? So that would make sense. So, okay, so I am, whatever you need done, just let me know. Okay, you
Well, I appreciate you coming in here. I didn't expect you to be like, I'm coming right now, so I appreciate that.
Yeah,
That's extremely helpful.
Yeah, no, it's the sooner. This has been in a way therapeutic for me too. Okay, it's like I got a chance to purge. You know what I mean? So, thank you. You know, for that. It was nice to be able to purge, to let it out. Okay.
Purge. Nice to be able to purge. Yeah, glad I could be here for you while you purged all over the desk, you sick fuck.
So that helps, okay? So I do appreciate
Yeah, no, and I appreciate, like I said, I know a couple of times you're like, hey, I'm talking too much. We want you to talk a lot, okay? Because the more information we have, the more we have to work with.
Yeah.
The
more you
so
put on
that's helpful.
record,
And again, so
cowboy.
as you move forward, no details too small. So if you do think of anything,
that's going to be that's when every time you say that, I start going back in my head, okay, stop saying that. I just feel like I'm replaying.
But that's the way to help yourself,
Okay.
you know. So that is the way to help yourself, is to remember any detail. And again, I know you see a lot of patients, and I know we're a few weeks out from.
Yeah, but what I don't want to do is convince myself of some. I don't want to convince myself.
Right,
that,
and I wouldn't want you to do that either.
You know, like, oh yeah, well I remember.
No, by no
you know,
means,
like, you
right.
know what I mean?
I wouldn't want you to do that either.
You know, I don't want to start, distorting the memory in a sense. You know what I mean? So that what is she looking for? What are her detail? What am I
Yeah,
missing?
no, I would not want you to do that
I
at all. And if you don't remember, hey, you don't remember.
Right. I don't want it to be used against me because I can't remember. You know, but at the same time, I'm like, I know I talk to my patients. I know I explain things. It's irrelevant what I know. It's her perception of what she heard. Now, if I said, even if I remembered saying specifically X, Y, Z, if she heard A, B, C, then does it really matter that I said X, Y, Z?
Right, which is true.
What I'm saying? Okay, that's why I'm like.
That's true in our profession too.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, okay, she didn't get it. She didn't get it. Okay, and that's the issue. She didn't get it. Okay, and for whatever reason, whether I was distracted, you know, I mean, it could have just as been as easy as that. I could have been distracted and thought I had explained things. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying.
Which is a perfectly plausible explanation.
That's it. I mean, like, so I don't want to hallucinate and start.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want you to do that
trying
either.
to reconstruct the thing. You know what I mean? So, but if something does come to me, you know, I'll tell you, of course. Okay. But I'm trying hard. Okay. So.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you coming in here, especially I called you up and you came right in, so that's greatly appreciated. And you obviously got a couple different processes you're dealing with. I mean, your employment process, this process, the university's process, so it's a lot to have to deal with.
Yeah, well, thank you, though, for your time. Thank you for being you. You were good. It was comfortable to talk to you, you know what I mean? So I appreciate that. Okay.
Thanks. So, as soon as you can, that would be your first piece of homework. Send me those videos.
Yes.
I'm going to leave for the evening after this.
Yeah.
So if you don't get to it till
I'll get to it.
later tonight or sometime tomorrow, that's
think
fine.
Of anything more important?
That's right. So, you know, as long as I can have them, you know, by some point tomorrow, that would be great.
And there should be the other videos that I was trying to find, and the other videos that I was trying to find, and I think there was another PowerPoint I was trying to find, you know, so, but yeah, so that's what, Dr. Kovan has a link to the Dropbox, and so does Dr. Dean has a link to the Dropbox, and so does Tom Cooper have a link to the Dropbox, you know, because I'm like, guys, you all know what I do. You know, Tom Cooper, he's more administrative, so that's what made it was for Tom. You know, I mean, I put the Dropbox together mainly for Tom, okay, because he's like the person in charge of the department, like, okay, so he would have no real clue, you know what I mean? So that's why I wanted to put that together and say, okay, Tom, this is what I do, because he's not a medical person. He's actually a lawyer that works with, he was like our interim department director when Dr. Pochin left, so he became the interim, and now we have another, Dr. Mukherjee is the new department director, so now he's stepped down again as the associate head. But Tom's the person that really oversees our clinic. Okay, so that's why I put that together, was for his knowledge, because he's not medical.
Which is exactly why it's helpful for me.
Yeah, okay.
You know?
Okay.
So, I mean, for you to come in and explain it to me.
Do you want those emails?
I won't need the emails.
Okay. It's my explanation to him, to Tom and stuff, you know, if...
So you wrote an explanation to them of what you did?
Yeah.
That would, okay, so that would be helpful. If you have a copy of those, you can just email those to me.
Yeah, it should have it's just one email. It's like, here's the Dropbox link and here's
Okay, yeah, so that would be helpful then.
Okay, yeah, because it should explain it, I think. I don't know, it's a long email, but I'll send it to you.
No, that'd be very helpful.
Okay. So anything, is there anything else?
No, I don't think so. Just send me those videos, and then I will call you tomorrow to let you know whether we can do the polygraph or not do the polygraph.
Would she need to see this stuff at all? Do I need to bring this back?
No, she will have access to my whole written report.
Oh, and she'd have access to the Dropbox for you if there's anything.
And then she will go over that report with you in detail to make sure that there's no misunderstandings as to what I may have wrote or what you may have said. So that way she can appropriately, just so that way she can appropriately run the test, right? Because she doesn't want to, the reason why she goes over the whole report with you is, say for example, I misquoted you, or I incorrectly wrote something in the report, and she were to test you based off that. We don't want that to happen. So we want to make sure that what I have wrote is what you have said, so that way she can test you correctly.
What I have written, not what I have wrote. What I wrote or what I have written. Thank you.
Because she is not involved in my investigation at all. Her only involvement is to run the test for me. So she will have no part of this investigation in any other way, shape, or form. It's for her to run
Technician.
Yes.
Technician. Okay.
For her to run that test for me, and then for her to say, hey, honest or dishonest, okay?
Right.
And then we'll go from there. And then, like I said, I've got a couple people that I got to talk to anyways. And again, hopefully we will have this all wrapped up and good to go by the time we leave on vacation.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming in. And you have my contact information, so if you need any...
They always say that about polygraphs, don't they? Yeah, we're just going to knock this one out real quick, get it done, and then get that spotlight of suspicion onto somebody else. Because it's not you, right? We'll just knock this out now. A few couple of hours and we'll be done. And you'll be on your way.
Anything. Again, I'm going to leave here probably in about a half hour. I do get email, though, obviously, to my mobile devices. So if there's something that, you think, hey, I got this question or whatever, a concern, I do get that, and I check that even outside of work. So.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. Oh no. Hello? We don't want to watch that. What do we want? We want... You can support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics or PayPal. PayPal, you can also support the channel because we depend, what does it say? Our viewers keep the channel going. I don't think that's very strong, is it? That's not very strong at all. We should say, you are the stars. When I was a very little boy, my parents told me to reach for the stars. It was only later that I learned that stars are nothing but fiery balls of gas, which, were I to reach one, would vaporize me instantly. But tonight, ladies and gentlemen, with the coffees that you provided, you tell me that I have reached you. And you, ladies and gentlemen, are my stars. Okay, so I don't actually remember completely, but something tells me if Larry Nassar did take that polygraph, I would remember it. So I'm going to assume that he did not take that polygraph. Which, you know, it's like sales. Never let someone walk away. Oh, I'll be back tomorrow. I just need to think about it overnight. The minute that happens, you're never going to see them again. They'll talk to someone, they'll be spoken out of the deal, all that emotional language you were using to describe the sale, the dream, the fucking deal of a lifetime. It's all gone the minute you let them walk away. Same with fucking murder, well, not in this case. Yeah, like, get the fucking polygraph technician to do it immediately. Immediately. While he's there doing everything, I mean, even if it's going to take an hour, there's a way to keep him in the building. Look what they did with what's her name? Kat Mallender, Chandler Halderson's girlfriend. They kept her there for hours after it was time for her to go. Wendy, even, in a way. Although I think that was probably just because everybody was so disorganized. Oh, Chancey's back. And Katerina Scarcella. Or Scarcella. Patricia Burns, True Crime Metrix. Check out Bradley Yarn. Opening and closing statements defending himself. It's crazy as fuck. What, right now? Is that a trial going on right now? Bradley Yarn. Bradley... Oh, fucking God. Bradley Yarn. No, it was a while ago. 3 years ago now. 2.5 years ago. Okay. Well, I don't know if we'll check it out right now. Because, gotta prepare for tonight's show. I mean, will there be a show tonight? It's ambitious. Already done this one. That's 4.5 hours. Can we do another 4-hour show? Maybe. Gotta get those numbers. Gotta hit those numbers. What else are we doing? Katerina says he slipped through the cracks in this interview. Yeah, that's the strange thing, and I'm really not sure why. Because all of his medical jargon. Oh, you don't know what a you don't know what an EMR is? Okay. Electronic medical record. That's what it is. And you'd know that if you were a doctor like me. So how could you possibly be expected to know the difference between advanced vaginal assault, anal digital penetration, Which is better, 1 or 2? Oh, God. And then he does those little weird boinky donkey donkey boinky boink. You know, this weird, like, playful kid language. Bumper shonker. Like, what the fuck was that? You don't talk like that to a grown-up. Chancey says, our 3-bedroom house is $750 a month with a mortgage escrow. It is a 30-year loan, though. Fuck it hell. What does that work out as? 750 times 12 is... right, so 400 or 300 minus the 3. So it's like you add up all the 12s. So it was 1,000. 12,000. And 75% of 12,000 is 9,000. So it's $9,000 a year times 30 years, which is 270,000 that house is worth. Wow. And it's made of wood. They all are. Isn't it made of wood, Chance? It's amazing to me, you know? It's amazing. Don't you think so, Patricia? What about those guys over in the US building everything out of wood? And they get worried. They come crying when it's hurricane season. Muppets. Stone. Brick. Iron, steel, not fucking bits of wood. But even so, no, it's a long loan. But you're probably a couple of years into it already. Maybe even more than 2. That's the same comment twice. That's fantastic, Chance. He's not sounding convincing. Beautiful name. It is. It is. So, probably didn't take the polygraph. What are we going to do? Should we do another Larry episode later or come back for some Adelsons? I guess these comments have been so funny on the Ben gate. You know, people are still sending me these mystery pictures, you know, of Ben and 6 different versions of him. This is the real Ben. This is the real Ben. It's pretty obvious which one is the real Ben, though, when you see it. And it's even worse than we could have imagined. Unfortunately, most of the images I'm, sworn to secrecy. But a few, I can confirm that Lincoln does indeed have Estrada written on the back of his basketball, what do you call that? Vest? His vest? So he's playing under the name Estrada in a school in Texas. Interesting. Well, we'll see how it goes. I'm going to maybe see if I can find a place on the couch over there. Maybe check out an episode of Columbo. Maybe a Patrick McGowan episode. Will it be Dawn's Early Light, or will it be Identity something? I don't know. Maybe we should do a critique one day of a Columbo episode. True Crime Metrix looks at fictional crime. That could be good. In the AI version of True Crime, when you can select an interrogation and then send in a substitute as the detective, like it's the Wendy Adelson interrogation, but you put Detective Sergeant Jim Smith of Ontario Provincial Police in there instead of General Isom. That would be good. But also to put Columbo. And, the Columbo story, there's several Columbo episodes where there's dentists involved. And the archetypes, the character archetypes of people involved in this story. Donna Adelson is a classic Columbo villain, right? What's the whole thing about Columbo is that the killer is always looking down on him. Like, who's this scruffy, smelly guy in a fucking raincoat with a cigar and a old car, and they're always like, yeah, okay, well, whatever, whoever that guy is, we can outsmart this guy because they're looking down on him. Isn't that just exactly what Donna Adelson would do? And the whole way that the murder scene is, I mean, if you look at the whole thing of the Adelson story through the lens of Columbo, it is amazing how good it would be. Patricia says, I like the Columbo episode featuring the Mensa group. Oh, yeah. I think I remember that one. A bit. They all blur in some way. I definitely remember the Patrick McGowan episodes because those are the best. They're the best. But I haven't seen the later ones. He did 1998. He was still doing it. What the fuck? Apparently they were really good friends, Peter Falk and Patrick McGowan, which is kind of cool. The detective wanted to believe him. This detective wanted to believe him was fair. The last detective, no at all. Her gloves came off big time. Then the next detective. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we'll just get straight into it. I think that's a lot shorter. Let's have a look. Okay, there's one, 48 minutes. Is that all it is? I think it's like 2 years later. Or maybe it's not that far. Right, there's one here that's 48 minutes, so we could... Maybe I'll try and do that. If we come back and we'll do that interrogation, the second Larry Nassar, and then go back and do the victim impacts again, because there's some good ones. And the judge also, when she pronounces sentencing, is brutal. Yeah, well, I'll try and do that. I'll try and wake up. But for now, we'll say, oh, hello. The mortgage escrow includes homeowners insurance and property taxes each month, so the house isn't worth as much as you calculated. Okay, just round numbers. So how much is that? Homeowners insurance and property taxes each month. Yeah, they'll get you on those taxes. The stuttering and you know what I mean was a red flag. Oh yeah, totally. I think he was way too nervous throughout the whole thing. If he's been practicing this, excuse for so long, I think he could have used the same defense. This is medical, this is a procedure, I lecture on this, other doctors know about this, they do it, it's a whole thing. There was a way for him to use that very simply, and he just way oversold. And that detective bought too many bad products. Oh, does anybody know what Carl Steinbeck said about me? Someone called our good friend Mask Italia Masks said Carl S. and now Judy have said a few bad things about you, Metrix, but what is relevant is that they were both wrong about what they said. They actually did not do enough research to get the real truth. They just commented without knowing what was truly said. I would hold it as a badge of honor, blah, blah. Yeah, well, I'd love to know what Carl Steinbeck said about me. Does he hate my show? Oh, maybe it's time for me to do my Glengarry Glen Ross speech. I could probably do that tomorrow. I think it might be time. I've been waiting for the right moment. I think it's upon us. Anyway, thank you moderators, thank you chatters, thank you supporters, and we will probably possibly see you in a few hours for some more fun with this sick motherfucker here. Boom. Look at him there. Isn't he disgusting? Who did someone say that should play him? What's that guy's name? What's the fat guy from Seinfeld? What's his name? John Costanza. Costanza? I forget his name. Yeah. If anyone wants to buy us a cup of coffee, that'd be great. If you want to support the channel. It's like coffee, but it's not really coffee. It's to support the channel. You can do that. And it only costs about the same as a cup of coffee, at least in your country. Here, a cup of coffee is 80 cents. But it's very, very small. So I guess there's that. But even if you have a big one, well, it's still not very big. There's nowhere where you could go and get a big paper cup like a Starbucks Venti. Or is it? No, they don't call it that, do they? They call it Grande. Yeah, that doesn't exist. There is a Starbucks in the airport. Maybe I should go there and see how much a real cup of coffee costs. Because I have no idea. Yeah. How are you getting on in prison, Larry? Is it going well? I mean, is he just sat in a room on his own every day for the rest of his life? God, how bad would that be, huh? I'd rather be getting beaten up, I think. The need for human contact. Anyway, we'll see you in a bit, maybe, guys. Okay, bye. Thank you so much. See you later.